Yep. You're stuck with the Sims build mode music today. Welcome to the stream, part 2 of Crosstown Concourse. I call this the build challenge. The build and chill level design challenge. I am taking Crosstown Concourse and seeing how much detail I can add here today. So I've already started with the parking garage, and I think I've made pretty good progress there. So how do we proceed? Well, let's go and find it in maps really quick. Just like every other stream, I have no idea how I'm about to do this. But it's my job to figure it out. Oh. I'm already tired. I think if we can knock out this centerpiece, that'd be a great start. So, that being said, I'm just going to jump right into Street View. An awful lot of detail, that's for sure. Jeez. Let's see what the sun is. Super blown out. Can we replicate that? That position? Maybe. Let's see. Can't adjust the rotation. Well, it's locked. That's probably why. It's odd. All right, let's do a search. Sun. Manually position sun target. Select the sun target widget visible in UDS and select it and move it around to manually control the location of the sun. Let's try it, I guess. See if this does what we need it to do. So I guess when changing the time of day, you can't have manual sun position enabled. But okay, let's go ahead and manually change it then. Very cool how that looks. Oh, okay, so I got a sun and a moon target. How do you pick which one to... That's crazy looking. To have the moon and the sun just right there. Okay, so I think this is supposed to be set to 0. And then I can select the sun and change the location of it. Maybe? Maybe not. I don't know, bro. I don't know. There we go. There we go. All right. No idea what time of day that's supposed to be. I do wish it would tell you in Google Maps, like, all right, this is 7 p.m. This is 8 o'clock. There's so much detail in this. But you know what? Challenge accepted. Bro, it's some crazy shit. I don't even know where to start, but you know what? One little change at a time is gonna get me there. A little bit of a different perspective. Okay. No, we can't use that. Maybe push pull. Honestly, if you've never played The Sims, I feel bad for you. Man, The Sims is such a was the first one. Like not, I don't know. I don't know much about what's happening with The Sims 4 right now, but and what the expansion. I haven't played The Sims in a very long time, but I'm talking in the prime of like PC gaming, The Sims, and Roller Coaster Tycoon, Mall of America Tycoon, all those games. Boy, truly great times. Yeah, probably not right, but I have an idea how I can kind of solve the problem that I'm facing right now. I need to go Google something real quick. What I need to know is if I can disable snapping. I need to disable the snapping of hidden objects. Home engine, don't snap to hidden objects. Man, I always get a wedgie when I sit like this. Viewport controls, designer's guide, to manipulation, scale, snap. Shit, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if there's a solution to that. But if there was a simple one, this would be that much easier. And I guess what I can just do is, for cesium, let's go ahead and just lock this viewport, and then we'll do a invert selection and turn game mode back on, and that will help for now. That'll help for now. Yep. So I'm just going to use some basic shapes to get the design I'm looking for. Okay, good enough. And we're going to use a lot of Boolean operations to make this happen. Actually, I want to undo that real quick. I'm going to grab this, polygroup edit, duplicate. Obviously, probably way off in terms of real dimensions or whatever. But if we can get the general look and feel, that'll be enough for me for this project. And then one day I'll maybe actually get real plans and be able to do this in its entirety at scale. That would be nice. Actually, I think I can delete these faces and just move this one to here. Yeah. All right, then I need to add 3 edge loops to this. So let's do insert edge loop, even 3. Done. Except let's copy it and then do a Boolean and paste. This way, kind of use this as a reference still. Come on, brother. Because we are going to have to separate this and put some windows right there. Windows. Which means I need to put a couple of meshes in there. So let's invert our cartographic polygon and turn it on. All right, not super huge, but big enough. don't know what we're snapping to. Bop. Okay. Okay, let's see. Won't be able to see it until I start adding materials and stuff, but I think this is beginning to look a little nice. Can I add an edge loop to that? I don't think I can. Not right there, I can't. So what I'll do is just add a box for now, and then we'll do a poly edit. I'm not gonna lie, those look a little wide. And I think it's because they are a little wide. So here's what we'll do real quick. We will take this. I don't know that this is even going to be possible to do this, but actually, no, all I need to do is select this, this, and this, and then move this here, and then let's see if we can. Hell yeah. Easy breezy, baby. Man, if y'all don't know how good this music is, man, y'all are lost in the sauce. It's going to create some artifacts, but not anything that we can't handle fixing, I don't think. Let's see if we can just merge it. Alright, we're going to delete it. And I'm going to do a bridge. And that'll fix whatever weird issues I'm having. Cute. Kurt. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I thought this had some sort of subdivision in it, but I was wrong. So what I can do, though, is just take this and use some quick maths. Since I can't just center it, we're just going to add an edge loop and move all of this up out of the way. And then grab this one, duplicate it, and move it to the edge loop. There it is. See how easily you can just center things? Resourcefulness is extremely important when it comes to working in the engine. Now I can delete that reference block. All right, and that is where my windows are going to go. And we don't need any serious amount of detail on the inside. So since we're not doing an interior, I'm just going to push these blocks into the wall rather deep. And accept that. And then we'll just Boolean it. Let me copy it and so I can have a backup of it. Okay. So just to use that as a reference for where we're going to place windows later. To be honest, this whole thing probably needs to go back further. Maybe not. Real quick, I want to go ahead and add that Crosstown Concourse text. I know we did a Crosstown, like, a random design recently, and I don't exactly know where it's at, but I'm going to find it real quick. Let's think. Excuse me. That's going to be in Grow Memphis Agency. Graphic designs, clients, companies, and I think Crosstown did have a folder. If I'm not mistaken, I thought we did. Yep, y'all get to watch the boring shit too. It's part of the process, buddy. There it is. We made this thing, and funny because some girl and the police got into a fight in front of Crosstown. Okay. From a later version of Affinity. You gotta be shitting me. Okay, guys, real quick, I gotta do some quick updates. BRB. This is not gonna take too long. Just don't need y'all to see my serials and keys and all that good stuff. So bear with me. 5 minutes. While you're here, leave me a comment in the chat. Let me know what channel you're watching on. I'm on Instagram, I'm on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Let me know where you're watching from. Okay, real quick, let me update these programs. Window about 2.1.1. I think I'm gonna have to do this on my laptop real quick. Because apparently I can't open it. And okay, here's what I'll do. I'll email it to myself. How about that? Oh, I'd be getting shit in my eyes. Send that. Cheap viewers on streamboo.com. Man, they must be making money because their bots are pushing out comments like crazy. So what I'm gonna have to do is save this as a PDF. So Control-Alt-Shift-S. PDF file. Or I could save it as a PSD. Maybe an SVG. I don't know. Let's try SVG. And I don't think that's even a... You know what? I'm like kind of wasting my time here because that isn't even a vector. Okay. All of what I just did was unnecessary because I thought I made a vector of that logo and I didn't yet. So maybe you can watch me do that. So let's go to Google and find the logo. Which probably just need to figure out what font they're using. And if this is hard to find, we'll do this later. But I thought it might be an easy thing to grab. Yeah, you know what? They've changed things up quite a bit. All right, then. Not something that we're going to find right now. We'll do this later. I wanted to add a little detail in there so that we can better contextualize the front of this building. But it's not going to happen at the moment. Let's just keep working. Even though it's not necessary to bring these all the way down so far under the ground, I think it's been a good practice for me. And as we can see, this shit is crooked. Fantastic. First crash. Why? Why, Unreal? Why? I probably lost a lot of progress. I don't think I saved everything. But let's go down and take a look. See where we left off. Excuse me. I forgot to turn a bunch of stuff off too, which is probably what part of our issue was. All right, back where we left off. We good. That's the importance of saving your shit all the time. Save it every day, every 10 minutes or less. Guess that doesn't really matter how far in there you go. Trying to decide if I want this to slope downward, and it might not be a bad idea to do that, because why not, you know? So let's grab nope. It looks like we need an edge loop somewhere. Yep, that'll do. All right, so as it stands, this is what we got. If you don't mind me asking, what is your day job? So I work for myself. I own my own business. I do marketing for restaurants and local businesses, mostly restaurants. I'm stepping away from that a little bit to get more into game development and architectural visualization and digital twin technology. So in short, I work for myself. Like, I find ways to monetize all of my interests. And business has been really tough for the last 5 years. And I'm a full-time dad. But if you want to learn more about it, I'll put it in the chat. You can go and check out one of my websites. And for Twitch and Facebook, we had someone on YouTube ask what my day job is. I've been self-employed since I was 14. I'm 35 now. My birthday was just Saturday, and I thought I was 36. I told everybody I was 36. Hilarious. But I've figured out how to do architectural visualization and create basically digital twin buildings, even though it's not technically a twin until there's data coming in and out of it. And I recently got hired by an architectural firm to use this project to do some architectural augmented reality experiences for investors who are looking to buy and build a new facility in town. Let's think how I want to move forward here. I want to put the details in there. So cartographic polygon, let's invert that. This photogrammetry is so bad. Hard to tell where this needs to go. So I'm going to assume that this is about as deep, as far back as this wall back here. Okay, which means this might only need to be used as a reference mesh. Which is fine, I guess. I think what we're dealing with is Google Street View's field of view is probably not 90. It's got to be something like 100 or more. And that's why that looks so wide and so much bigger. I don't know. Or maybe I'm just wrong. Okay, I think that would make more sense, what I'm looking at here. Is if this was coming out to about right there. Yeah, that makes sense. We're probably going to hear this like 30 times today. Okay, let me think how I want to proceed. So lots to think about when you can only work off of Google Street View references. I've never been on this side of the building. I've never walked up to this side of the building. I don't think I have. I don't know what's over there. So this would be the only reference I have to kind of decide how this needs to be designed, just strictly based off of Street View imagery. And whatever we do with it, we're just going to go with it and say, it is what it is. And then what I'll do is I'll put tinted windows on this so that you can hardly see what's in there, because I'm not going to build this out on the interior. I don't know if it's even going to be possible. So what is possible, what I could do is I think I have an idea. I think I do have an idea. And this might help speed this whole process up just a little bit, because I'm dealing a lot with like this big block of like open space in there, I guess. So let's say what we'll do is we'll connect all of this for now. Forgive me while I just pan and think. Ninety percent of the time, this is what I'm doing off screen. Even it's just I'm looking around and visually trying to understand like what the best next move is, and then I'm jumping around from like thing to thing. So I think what I can do really quick, just I know something that I can do to help make a little progress, is I can create the edge of this building real quick. The kind of rooftop edge of this small building in the back. Let's invert this. So I found a solution to one of my problems. I have cesium 3D tiles loaded on this project, and if I hide it, if I hide the cesium 3D tiles, when I'm making transformations like this and trying to use surfaces to snap to the surfaces, it'll snap to some of those 3D tiles, which even if it's hidden, you know, it'll use these surfaces as snapping points, and obviously I can't use those. So instead of hiding it and going in and out of game mode view, I can in this window, let me see if I can just change it over real quick. In this window, I've got in my details panel, in my third details panel, I've got the polygon raster overlay locked in the panel so that it's always there, and I can just simply hit invert to move these 3D tiles, like not to hide these 3D tiles, but to basically cut them out of the scene so that as I'm manipulating these meshes, the geometry isn't actually physically there anymore. Right? So for anybody that understands cesium and how it works, if I press that invert button now, like let me zoom all the way out. If I press invert, the tiles are only going to be loaded here. If I press invert again, it's going to load all around that polygon that I have. Basically, it's a spline, but Cesium calls it a polygon. So as I'm making manipulations, instead of hiding or going in and out of game mode, I'm just going to hit invert. And now I don't have to worry about my cursor snapping to it. And that has been a tremendous help. Okay. Hey, William, if you're still here, are you, like, I always see a lot of names and images that look like somebody that's been in this stream before, and I'm going to assume that this is your first time here. Are you interested in working full-time in game development? I'm curious, what made you ask about my job? playlist seems to have the same 5 songs on repeat. Maybe it's time to go to a different Sims 3 or Sims build mode thing. Although these are kind of the same, but okay. I'll change it to some jazz or something in a minute. Maybe we can get a vote. Excuse me. Solid. Now we're missing one building. Let's go ahead and accept and save that. Again, I think this has something to do with cesium. Let's see. Exception address violation, reading address 0xFFFF, raster overlay. It has 100% everything to do with cesium. Every time I invert that thing and I move too quickly. So, cesium, update your plugin, please. Because it's not my system. Thank you. I would really appreciate it. Fortunately, we have a system that's quick enough to load 26,000 assets in less than 5 minutes. So fortunately for you guys, y'all don't have to wait 30 minutes for this project to open back up. That's why I spent so much money on this damn computer. Currently in my scene, even though in my content browser I have thousands of assets, tens of thousands, I only have 6,275 actors in the scene, which is still quite a bit. It's a lot. But okay, let's try that again. Let's see. And it could be that I have it locked. I really don't know. No clue. So let's do the usual. And you know, the good thing about me doing these streams is people get to see that I hardly, if ever, use prefabs when creating my building geometry. Hardly, if ever. Even though there are plenty of prefabricated assets that I could probably throw in here to save me just like a little bit of time, but let's be real. Most of this stuff needs to be extremely customized for me to get the result that I want. So, even though we're playing Sims music, there's nothing about this that is as easy as concepting buildings with the Sims. Or like in The Sims, where you have all these prefab walls and stuff. It's like, nope, I do all this from scratch. And as long as it looks like it takes, it actually saves me some time if I do it this way. Because I know at the end of the day, I've got the exact results that I want to end up with. Hard to tell what's happening there. Maybe this would be a good time to go street view. If you know, you know. All right, general block out. That gives me up to the ground. Kind of gives me what I want in terms of shape. And very last thing, like I can actually push this down a little bit into there. Kind of using that puddle technique. And we're gonna call that a day, and then actually let's save and invert before we do anything with cesium. As we see, cesium is not stable today. Now let's get our trim. Yeah. Since this is a rectangle, I can just duplicate it. Shit. Let's maybe go to, that looks like it could be lattice material on both of these, so maybe a street view is in order. Let's get a street view. I've been over there before, actually. This is where Ryan goes to park in the parking garage down there. Yep. All right. So that looks like it's updated. And it's just brick at this point. And the back part is not lattice. It's This is as far as I can go. Metal. All right, and that part of the building is also different too. So let's think. I'll take this. And actually, I need to push this in a little more. Which means I need to go ahead and reinsert that edge loop. Okay. Let's go to about right there. So while I stream this, I'm going to just talk randomly about random shit. You know, I think about how full of shit everybody is with their feelings. Everybody has them. A lot of people pretend like they don't have certain feelings or they just hide them. Understandably so. But people are so full of shit because, well, you know, I mean, socially, it's not cool to just be honest, tell the truth, have feelings, especially as a man. And we don't realize how toxic our society is. Me personally, when I date someone, for example, let's talk about relationships. When I date somebody, I'm the type of person, and I think many people are, but more so men, because men look kind of in the future. Men operate in the future just as much as like women operate in their feelings. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. That's not something like, I'm not hating on women. But a man can see somebody, meet somebody today for the first time, and already have these ideas of what like being married to that person is going to be like, having kids with that person is going to be like. And you know, it's a little bit insane, but according to today's standards. But most guys are just lying if they say they don't miss somebody or don't think about their exes. And it's like, you know, maybe that's true for some people to some extent, but even if it's not somebody I dated, if I have any kind of relationship with somebody and it doesn't work out, I don't dwell on it, but I miss that person like forever. You know what I'm saying? Like I miss that person, or I miss at the very least my idea of what I thought that relationship was going to turn into. Like, even if it's a dude, even if it's like some guy that I thought was going to be a good friend and things didn't work out for whatever reason. It's like, yeah, I don't dwell on it. But every person that I come across, I usually, like, I'm on or off. I'm a light switch. And I think a lot of people are this way, but they hide it. They don't want to come off as somehow desperate, needy, or whatever else. And it brings me back to that movie, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. I think it's what it's called. It's an A24 movie. Korean lady, kind of like a Kill Bill type of thing. I wasn't a huge fan of all the crazy stuff from the movie, but every time I hear that movie title, I think about my life. Like, my mind kind of exists everywhere all at once, past, the present, and the future. And in dating, I think about every person I've tried to be in a relationship with. If I didn't want to like have kids with them, I would have never talked to them. That doesn't mean that they were worthy of me having kids with them or whatever. But just really a thought, like, I don't know. If I didn't see the potential in somebody, I would have never given them the time of day. And that doesn't mean that I'm just sitting here dwelling, thinking about like, oh shit, I missed this person. I wish things would have worked out. No. But it does mean every relationship I've been in was important to me. And a lot of people just be lying, like they don't miss somebody, or it's like, dude, if we get into a relationship together and things don't work out with us, that means you're gonna feel the same way about me. I don't want to be in a relationship with somebody that's like not gonna miss me if things don't work out. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that being said, it's just like, it's really important that you listen to how people talk to their situation, their relationship with their exes, because it can tell you a lot about what you could potentially deal with if you get into a relationship with them, but also how they may move on from the relationship if things don't work out. And that could be a huge, not a red flag, like a huge indicator that this person is absolutely like not down for you. As cute and as interested in it as they may be at the time, it's like, damn, how they talk about their experience with their ex is going to set the premise for your entire relationship with them. I have exes that have done me super dirty, and I just don't talk about it. But and when I do talk about it, I don't just talk about how dirty they did me. I talk about how, like, I dated them because I thought that there was potential, that, you know, me being in their lives could motivate them to be a certain way, I guess. And it could, and our time together could turn into something like that I could be like super proud of, whether things worked out or not. I'm like, hey, things didn't work out with me and that person. As shitty as they probably were to me, it's just like I dated them with the intention of marrying them and figuring it out. So, saying all that to say, listen to how people talk about their relationship experiences. And try to find somebody that can be honest. That, like, do you miss your exes? I'm like, absolutely. I miss every single one of them. I don't like them. Don't like them anymore. But the time that I had with them was full of like my presence and me attempting to understand and care for and love them and provide for them. And whether or not I was able to succeed in that, it's not necessarily what type of person they were that I miss, because people change and people hide and people pretend. 9 times out of 10, what I miss is like the opportunity that we had to build something. And, you know, I do genuinely be kind of sad about when either things don't work out or a person doesn't put in real effort. And I think that's the saddest thing about relationships today is like a lot of people will just bullshit with you and like not keep it real and say, you know, fuck my exes. I don't think about my exes. Like, man, the last thing I want to be then is one of your exes. Because instead of taking accountability and talking about how I am impatient and have a hard time like discerning what's good and who is good and what's good for me and what people's intentions are, it's like I don't want to put it. I can absolutely put 100% of the blame on other people, but to avoid accountability of, you know, me staying in relationships for far too long, it's like, why put those people on such a pedestal that you can't even look at the fact that, you know, you greatly contributed to things not working out, even if it meant you stayed in a relationship that you weren't even supposed to be in the first place. It's like that person was who they were before you met them. So when you start having conversations about your exes and or about exes in general, and then the person tells you all the negative stuff that happened, it's like, wait a minute, but you're speaking as though you just sat there getting beat up the whole time. Like, there's room for your own growth that needs to be discussed and considered. And I think that's a great approach to like building relationships with someone new, when they can legitimately be open and honest about their contribution. I was just thinking that in my head, figured I'd speak it out loud. I'll come back to that in a minute. Let me take a look at these things. So typically what I'll do is I would build walls around these buildings and then create floors and ceilings. But I'm going to try something new today. And I'm contemplating how exactly I want to approach this. So let's save and let's just start doing it and see if we can pull off what we're trying to do here. Where to start? Let me start by turning this off. This is where we left off. I don't know what I clicked, but I definitely clicked something. I fucked something up. Let's get rid of that box. So the goal here is to combine everything. Now, do I want to go and edit my corners? I kind of do. Let me not be lazy. Let's go and edit our corners. This is a long, drawn out process, but it's very much worth it if you want fewer problems in the end. So I'll select only edges, and then the goal here is to snap all of our edges to corners as opposed to having these 90-degree angle separations of like mesh separations. And it's a lot of work, but once it's done, one, you can really appreciate what you've done, and two, it'll be easier to do other computational operations later, and you run into fewer problems. So you're getting a world-class, over-the-shoulder look at what it actually takes to like be thorough. And sure, it may be a little boring, but boredom never hurt anybody. Gotta find a way to enjoy it, honestly. And while it's not the process that is enjoyable, it's the anticipation of the outcome that allows me to like just sit here all day and painstakingly make these edits. And this ensures that all of our corners for each of the meshes, you know, we have some that are facing one direction, and then we have one full mesh that where all of the meshes are facing, you know, going along the x-axis. All the other meshes are going along a different axes. It really helps when you go to use the join or the union operation. It really helps to weld the edges together so that you don't have any like tiny microscopic gaps between your meshes, because once you have those little microscopic gaps and you don't weld these together appropriately, when you go to try to like do these Boolean operations to basically extract a floor or roof from these trimmings, I guess you can call them, these edges, it's not going to work. And then you're going to be sitting there for 1 hour trying to fix one little corner that got fucked up. And I'm not exaggerating. I will sit there for an hour trying to figure out like, all right, what did I do? How did I fuck this up? Why can't I extract the floor out of this? There must be a microscopic gap in one of these meshes, and I'm going to have to go through everything to find it. Well, if you just do this as a prerequisite, and, you know, kind of this is like proactively eliminating potential issues here by doing this. And that's why this is all one mesh. You know, technically it's two. Like this is one mesh, and then all of these that are facing this way are one mesh, so that they aren't joined until I want them to be. So the goal is to have all of these sitting at essentially what is like close to a 45-degree angle. Because if these corners aren't squared, then it could be more or less than 45 degrees. Even when working with prefab, you find that a lot of like creators, a lot of companies that provide you with these prefab assets, they're game optimized many times, but they're not like they lack fidelity and fine like pixel accuracy. And that pixel accuracy is needed for doing these other operations later on, which I'll show you. Once I get to it, I'll try to bring it back up. Like I'll mention, this is why we did this earlier. So I can just grab it using that little red 90-degree corner angle grab tool inside of the gizmo. As you can see, there's solid lines for moving this like along an axis, but then there's a little like box selection that lets you move along two axes at once. And then I just hold control to snap it to the corner of the other object so that we can know for a fact that both objects, when we're ready for them to be combined, actually meet at the corner. At the corners of the mesh, like with pixel accuracy. This is why I love SketchUp so much. SketchUp makes it easy for you to do these types of joining of lines. Whereas Unreal Engine is really not built for this type of workflow. So unless you really understand how to use the tools to your advantage, then you're almost guaranteed to fuck up somewhere if you don't consider the engine is not built like SketchUp. I can't really speak for Blender, 3ds Max, or Cinema 4D, Rhino, Revit. I don't know what their pixel accuracy is. But even with SketchUp, SketchUp has like you can enter a number and a position for a particular like line or node, and you can guarantee that two edges are going to snap together and combine into one edge for the most part. When you get down to like really fine detail models, that's much harder to do in SketchUp. But there's a lot more of a guarantee in SketchUp because SketchUp is designed to work that way, to where when two edges touch, they automatically lock into each other without you having to tell the program that's what you want it to do. Unreal Engine, on the other hand, you have to tell the program that's what you want it to do, and if it's even off by a hair, they will not join. I'm not saying this is what you have to do to create building models like mine. Because again, and when I write this book, it's probably going to have this same title. It's going to have a title, something similar to what I'm about to say. Again, there are 6 different ways you can do anything and everything. There's no one right or wrong way to like do a digital twin, to build a building, to develop a game, to create a character model, to rig a car, or whatever it is you want to do. There's no one way. There might be some best practices. But you and I and 5 other people can say, hey, we're going to build a 3D model of Crosstown all at different times. We're probably going to go about it 6 different ways. And we could potentially come out to a very, very similar outcome to where our models are comparable. Let's see what's next. Do we have everything? Nope. A couple that I missed. When they hired this guy to do these progressions for The Sims, these piano pieces, it's probably one of the best things that they could have done. One day I hope that I can put together a team that creates something of similar value in the gaming world. Like, there are just some games that are put together so freaking well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Years of purchasing the tools and software and peripherals that I want just for like productivity. I appreciate you. I want to put together a team that can create just a vibe, even with just the music, that can be listened to years from now. Whereas a lot of these new games don't really give you that same nostalgic immersion. People are afraid to do what they want, and they try so hard to make their games and stuff just appeal to specific audiences for money and for investment satisfaction, investor satisfaction, and for generating revenue. It's like, screw revenue. Wait a minute. Screw revenue. Revenue is great, but I want my game to be my way. And I want the music that I like. And I want the mechanics that I like. And I want this to be super creative and not a something necessarily inspired by these other pre-existing games. When they created The Sims, they created something that was unheard of, brand new. Now why? Oh, it's because it's under the... Okay. I can't see the outline of that because it's under the world grid. There it is. I keep forgetting about that. I was like, why is this not a part of this poly group? But I was wrong. All right. Before I move on, let me save that. Are you working on a whole game right now or just block mesh for fun? So a little bit of both. It's gonna be a whole game, but for fun, I decided I wanted to challenge myself to do this building called Crosstown, and to see how much detail I could get in a matter of, let's say this series might be a week. I wanted to see how close to the visual fidelity of like the real world for this particular property I could get, using everything that I've learned in the last week of developing and building in the engine for an architectural visualization project for a client. So I'm taking everything that I learned over the last month from creating content for an architecture firm and applying it to my development this week. Also to test my skills, but it will end up in the game. Unless, of course, there's a guy that I'm in touch with who is interested in this project for this particular building, which is what inspired me to do it. Hit me up on Reddit saying, I saw what you're working on. I was wanting to do something similar for Crosstown. I said, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and start building the Crosstown one. And, you know, hopefully him and I can collaborate at some point. But, you know, maybe I can jump the gun and get started and get Crosstown interested in saying, hey, we want to back your project and maybe throw some money your way. But it's possible that we can get in touch with somebody who has actual floor plans which would eliminate all of this work. Maybe not all of it. Some of it would then just get deleted, and we'd replace most of this model with the real floor plans so that we can do interiors. But, you know, since this is a real game, I'm working on trying to secure funding. And one of the ways that I'm going to do that is by bringing some recognizable buildings into the environment, and then creating demos and videos and just posts on Reddit, YouTube, and of course these 6 to 12 hour live stream videos, so that it can get picked up over and over by different news organizations and local social media accounts, and they can get me in front of the people who say, wow, that's very ambitious, and we're trying to bring more businesses, residences, or, you know, residents and whatever else to Memphis. We would love for you to keep doing that. Here's some money. So it's a real game, although I'm spending all my own money to make it happen, and time. Unfortunately, I've positioned myself with doing this to get the attention of firms that are into, like, you know, doing architectural stuff, but they don't use Unreal Engine. They don't know how to use it. They usually hire out different companies to do V-Ray renderings, whether it be video renderings or still images. And since very few people, especially here in Tennessee, are doing real-time architectural visualizations where you can pick up a controller and walk or drive around a building model, those companies are looking very closely at what I'm doing to see how it can add value to, like, their bottom line. So it's a mixture of a video game, some passion, because I just want to do this and it's fun to me, as well as ultimately becoming an enterprise software for urban planning, or an enterprise project to aid in urban planning and, you know, decision making for government officials here in the city, where they can take this and run simulations and go in front of a room full of investors and say, hey, this is what we propose to be downtown, instead of sending you some freaking renders of our proposal for this park or for this building or for this activation. Let me show you what it would look like to walk around it in real time and to give you context of what it looks like around the whole city. So I don't know if you've seen any of my other videos before, but if you go to my YouTube channel, where are you at? YouTube, you're on Twitch. If you go to YouTube and search for, I think the title of this video, this might come up. I'm self-taught. I I do a lot of YouTubing to figure shit out, and 9 times out of 10, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing until I figure it out. And then 3 months later, I have the same issue, and I have to go back to the same YouTube video to find the solution until I have that problem enough times that I eventually learn why I have the problem and how to avoid it, or how to solve issues before they happen. So YouTube University, shout out to YouTube and Google University. Let me go ahead and accept this real quick so I can make a change to this poly group. I've been developing, well, it's kind of developing. I come from the marketing web development world. I used to build MySpace layouts, and then I started a web development and marketing firm. And one day I downloaded Crisis and was so impressed by it because I had a system that could run it that I wanted to figure out how to make my own game using CryEngine. I started making a stupid game, a little skateboarding game with a my own rendition of what a video game could be if it was also a clothing store integrated into it. That never turned into anything, but it was a cool concept. And then Unreal Engine gained popularity, and for the last 5, maybe 4 years, I've been using it every single day. I've been inside of Unreal Engine every single day, even if it was just for 30 minutes. And lately, in whatever free time I have, even though I've streamed for the last month working on a project that I'm going to get paid for, making 10 times more than, potentially 30 times more than what I would normally make in my marketing work. So now I have a lot of free time to just be on here and to keep myself productive and not be scrolling on Instagram and wasting a lot of time watching YouTube videos about dating. I go live, and I'll often be live for 6 to 12 hours. And I know that if I get to a point to where I can't figure something out, I'm in the spotlight. I can't not figure it out because I'm live. So being live has helped me learn, because I'm literally in the engine for 12 hours in front of strangers. And it also helps to say that what I'm doing is extremely ambitious, and that motivates me also to figure it out. If you if you think the sky's the limit, it's like you're never gonna try to go into space, right? So I don't assume that just because I've never developed a game before that my focus needs to be learning how to texture assets and do topology. It's like, yeah, it's kind of stupid. There are people that know how to do that. I don't need to know how to do that, even though that's how most games are optimized. I just need to create. And if I can understand the tools enough to create something visually stunning, then I can get to a point to where I can have the money, resources, time, attention to then hire somebody that does know how to do topology. I don't want to specialize in video game modeling with perfect topology. No, I want to just make stuff. And Unreal Engine gives me the freedom to just make stuff regardless of whether my topology is good or correct or game optimized. That being said, I'm not really a game developer. I do digital art. And Unreal Engine has given me the freedom to expand that digital art into real-time rendering. But the cost of my computer has also aided in my ability to create scenes without having to focus on optimization. And I think that's where a lot of developers kind of fall short, where if you want to make a game or something, you're pressed for time. And I'm just talking, even though I don't know if you want to hear any of this, but a lot of games, if you can come to market with a visual sample of an idea you have in 6 months, you're more likely to raise millions of dollars in comparison to the guy that has been doing video game model optimization for 12 years, who would take a year to like finish optimizing a scene before he can show anybody something. Oh, I've been working on this for 12 months and my model is highly topologized or whatever. Nobody gives a fuck about how good your model is optimized. So that being said, is like, I'm not really a game developer. I'm an artist using a game engine to show my art in a way that gets people excited. And I'm highly resourceful. So not just to answer your question, but for anyone that comes on here later who thinks that they need to be some, you know, bachelor degree graduate and have had an internship at Blizzard and 343 in order to make video games, like, no, you can get on your computer tomorrow, download this program, and like start making what you want to make. Be excited about it. Talk about it all the time. Go live doing it. And if you have critics who are game developers telling you you're doing this wrong, you need to optimize that, it's like, screw them, because they're not the ones that are going to be spending money on your game. It's the people who look at it and say, oh my God, I want that. And that's how you really get in the door with a lot of the business side of things. I can be pretty transparent. Like, I worked on a project that is going to pay me 10 grand. I worked on it for 12 hours a day for 30 days because it was something that they needed, like, as soon as possible. But it's very possible that that same project can turn into 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times as much, given its scale and complexity. And since I'm working in the realm of building a digital twin of a real place, Memphis, Tennessee, it opens the door for more people in different industries to be interested in investing into the project. Whereas most video game makers are making fictitious environments. And it's like, it's harder to sell that. A digital twin of your city, even if it's a video game like Grand Theft Auto, can be used for so many use cases outside of it just being a video game. And that's how I monetize the idea. It's like, all right, you're opening a new restaurant. Let me make it in 3D before you spend $100,000. Go ahead and spend $4,000 with me. I'll build your restaurant in Unreal Engine. And I can hand it off to interior designers to help with staging. And then you can be $10,000 into your idea and take this project to investors, and they can say, okay, I can see the vision because I can see the vision. You're not just trying to sell me on something that I can't tangibly look at. And that helps them make money. So guess who gets paid on the front end? And then they can go and use those same materials in marketing. Hey, we're opening a new restaurant in your city. Here is a walkthrough, and here's what the building's going to look like. And it gets people excited because, oh, wow. Well, nobody's built anything there on that land yet, but these guys can copy of that property, and now we can see what it's going to look like before they even break ground. Hell yeah. I have a little bit of coding experience. You popped in today for the first time. Well, thank you for tuning in. Learning to code in UE5, want to work indie or alone, so I came here to see if any small streamers are doing the same. That's exactly what I am. I'm probably one of the smallest. I'm brand new. I don't think a lot of people realize it's free until you start making money from it. Yeah, and that's true. And it also depends on how much money you make from it as well. But here's the deal. You don't necessarily, like if it's a game, sure. I can take all these assets that I'm creating and I don't have to deploy an Unreal Engine game to monetize, right? So 99% of the money I'm making right now from this is just from me using the project for architectural visualization purposes. If you distribute an executable, an app, a program that people can download and that runs on the Unreal Engine, that's where the revenue sharing comes in, right? So, also with Fortnite Creative, UEFN, those are great money-making revenue sources, but also the Unreal profit sharing program, I think, is really great as well. I'm not a part of it yet. I don't make $1 million. I don't have a fully developed game where I can give you feedback on it. But I think it's a great program to essentially get almost everything you need for free right out of the box, and then be able to purchase assets and develop a game that could potentially make you and Unreal Engine a ton of money. It's a win-win. But, if I take these building models and then I use them for 3D printing, and I start a 3D printing business to where I'm making small scale buildings and cities in, for these architectural firms who spend tens of thousands of dollars on those scale models for their presentation because they want to get $2 billion in investments for actually constructing the building. They'll spend tens of thousands on a scale model. So I don't have to necessarily rely solely on the Unreal Engine route of distributing a app or game for monetization. I can export these assets as FBX and use them for other things. And then, the game is kind of like the afterthought. And the enterprise software, but then we're getting into also using it for virtual production, which again, it's not a distributed game at that point. It's just a backdrop for movies, commercials, TV shows. And that's where a lot of people they don't think outside of the box for ways you can just monetize outside of Epic Games. Okay. We're looking kind of good. I am 2 hours in. That's not bad. I've made a little progress in 2 hours. And I think we're now going to take the approach of attempting to merge all of this geometry. Oh boy. This is kind of the scary part because there's no telling what's going to happen once we do this. But let's not waste any time. Let's not fuck around. Let's just go ahead and do it. And let's hope for the best. So my plan here is to merge all of this geometry, all the trimming I did on the rooftops, because typically I would just build walls around the photogrammetry, and then I'll create a roof and a ceiling, or a roof and then different floors and then the base of the building all separately. But these aren't walls. This is a full mesh that you can kind of go inside, and you can see that, where there's transparency, that means that these are one-sided faces. There is no interior, right? And in old video games, I used to like clip through stuff. And then like Tony Hawk, I remember doing for the first time when Tony Hawk came out years ago. On, I had it on GameCube, PlayStation, all these different consoles. And I would clip through a wall and I'd be like skating on nothing. And I'd be like, what the hell? Like, why is it, like, why can't I see anything on the other side of this? I didn't understand how games worked. But then you realize that most of the buildings inside of those games, like Tony Hawk, Spider-Man, I think like some of the first games, were only just textured on the outside. There was no real geometry and there were no interiors for performance sakes. But now, you know, and of course what I would do is I would build interiors and I would build walls so that I can have real thickness on the outside of these walls and you can go inside of them. But I didn't do that here. I made big blocks and it's all like one big piece of geometry. So my plan is to merge all of this geometry and then I'm going to push. So I'll do it as I speak. We're going to do a union and we're going to merge everything. So if I go, oh, these buildings are separated. That's right. So let's go ahead and merge those as well. Merge everything first, and then I go to edit the pivot, and then I'm going to bring the pivot, because the pivot now adjusts over to like world space positioning and orientation. So let's bring the pivot up to this edge, and then rotate it to match essentially the orientation of the building. Doesn't matter which axes we use, but since this is a 90 degree like proportionately designed building, there's nothing except for some angles, some weird angles here. If I edit that pivot, now I'll have the correct rotation inside of my details panel. Yes, you're absolutely right. That too. But sometimes it'll automatically, or it's the last one. So Unreal Engine has like 3 different ways or multiple different ways of determining which pivot you get. So when you select multiple assets, sometimes the last asset you select, you'll be transforming all those assets based on the last pivot. But when you merge, and you, depending also if you use the union tool or the merge tool or some other tool to join them, you're going to get a different pivot based on which tool you use. But I've found that 9 times out of 10, the pivot goes into the world space position when I merge multiple meshes by default, and it'll center itself in the center of mass of all of those assets. So I'll go back and edit the pivot into the local space positioning. And 9 times out of 10, like you see, I'm working in local object space. But I'll do that. And then now this is all one piece of geometry that I can polygroup edit all at once. So the idea is to copy this building, Control C. Let's turn it off real quick and see what's left. All right, we missed one thing. So let's go ahead and union again, which now this means I have like 4 copies of similar meshes in my content browser. And then I got to add the pivot one more time. But first, let me turn it off. All right, I'm cool with that. Go ahead and edit the pivot. It gets so confusing jumping from Blender and 3ds Max and every other program like back into the engine, because I'll be pushing the middle mouse button to manipulate things and holding control. All right. Now I copy this and then I go convert, accept, and then I want to use the polygroup edit with faces to basically push the floors of these little rooms down to the base of this rooftop. And that's going to stretch all my UVs, but that's all right. We'll reproject UVs later. And what is this? What and why? Do we have a wall in there? What's going on there? Let's not even worry about it. Let's not worry about it. Now, if I wanted to fix that, which, you know what? I can go ahead and do it. Screw it. We're going to do it. Screw it. Gonna do it. I'll just start bridging using the bridge tool to fix. I don't like ghost geometry. So let's start bridging some edges together and then merging them. And this can be a very tedious process. Could take a long time, but it's very much worth getting it done and eliminating any potential issues. And it's just part of the job. So I keep my modeling tools active. I don't think I can bridge these two, can I? I think we can go from here to, let's merge. To here. Bridge tool can be your best friend if you know how to use it to fix any little issues. And then we're going to just merge all of these edge pieces. Now, someone at some point could probably just create some procedural tools to do all of this for me, and there probably is one. There probably is one. But sometimes when using those procedural tools, they will create hidden problems that you don't know to go looking for and find. So doing the hard work, just physically making these changes, I have found to be the most effective way to end up at the end result that I am most satisfied with. All right, I can't do that. Why? Let's delete, and let's bridge these and merge. Can also use the fill hole tool. But then we'll go back and project UVs later. And that's the cool thing about this. I don't need to go to Substance Painter. I don't need to open up all these other programs. Oh, got an edge here. So a lot of unnecessary edges. And sometimes that's the cost of using these tools. I think I want to do the floor first before I fix this. Is it a face? What's in there? It's not even a face. All right, let's go here to here. Before I get carried away, I'm going to go ahead and accept and save this and then go back into Polygroup Edit. Always a good practice to just say, hey, all this work I'm doing is not saved. And if I accidentally press escape or exit out of the program, then I'm screwed. Or, you know, it crashes. Can't bridge those two. Okay, let's think. I'm not going to try a fill hole yet. But I am going to try to bridge these then. Ah, okay. I see why that didn't work. So I'd want to bridge these. And then these. I think. Let's do a fill hole. And let's see if we can merge it. There we go. So all those little random lines that show up, I just don't like that. Some people are probably okay with their models like not having solid faces. I just don't like it. I don't care if it takes me another 4 hours to just get it perfect. That's just me, man. Now I can fix this. Little random edges that show up in there. So let's bridge these. And yeah, it's time consuming, but maybe we can do a fill hole. And just like that, we fixed our problem. Oh, see, there's another one. And this is, well, I think, yeah, this is what happens when your edges aren't all the way down to, like when your meshes don't meet. So let's try this. Time consuming, a little bit boring. Educational though, I think. A lot of these problems wouldn't happen in Blender. I'm aware of that. But to move from Blender to Unreal Engine, back to Blender, back to 3ds Max, back to Revit, back to... It's like, man, that creates 10 times more problems than just doing this shit right in the software. Because trying to work with those Unreal units and then navigating from Unreal units to your system units, boy, that should be a pain in the butt. Uh-oh, another issue. Oh, okay. Decompose it again and just merge. Huh. I wonder why it's doing that. So, decompose, merge, delete, delete. It's gotta be just this edge is screwing something up. Can I fill hole? Ayy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And this is the fun but also not so fun part of live streams. You get to see, it's like many people that do videos showing you, oh, here's how you do this in Unreal Engine. They completely skip over the boring shit and they make their video as digestible as possible so they can get more subscribers. But then you don't get the truth. The truth is 99% of your development, even if it's just like coding, visual scripting, whatever it is you're doing, it ain't gonna be some pretty some like pretty procedure all the time. You gotta do some ugly stuff and some stuff that's a lot less exciting. Let's see, what do I want to bridge? I think we can bridge. We can probably just fill the hole at this point. But I don't want to do that. I would rather take this and bridge it. That way I can be absolutely freaking sure that we are golden. Because sometimes filling these holes won't take into account the islands. Like I can fill a hole and then it'd put a solid mesh underneath this island, which is what we don't want. Before I get carried away, always good practice to go ahead and save. Yep, part of optimizing, man. Part of optimizing. That's for sure. But that's what sets people like us apart. There are people that have millions of followers on YouTube who make videos kind of showing you like just this is how you do this X, Y, and Z. And I'm happy for them. That's great. I don't need millions of followers. But many of those YouTubers like don't have, some of them, a product or the results like in practical experience that I want. Some of them do. I forget the guy's name, but he does these challenges where thousands of people submit animations. And eventually I want to start getting into that side of things and become a part of some of those challenges. And whether or not I win or get placed at the top, like I need that practical experience. But he has some really good stuff. There are some people on YouTube that have really good products, services, and examples of work aside from just teaching people how to do like the basics. I get more excited about when this whole thing is finished, being able to say there are little to no issues with this model. I can always bring it back into Blender. Okay, that's not gonna work. this one. Oh man. Dum 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 dum. So I think what I need to do is insert an edge here and here, and then I can delete this edge and then rebridge these two. I keep forgetting about the little guys. And then bridge this. That way, that corner is where it's supposed to be. Now, the whole point of bridging two lines together is knowing that there's a line in between those two lines that it can use to draw that bridge. Solid. All right, I think I can just feel whole at this point. There we go. All right, issue sorted. And then, as you can see on these corners up here, these are now like at this fine angle to where I can just go and select each piece. Oh, we got an issue. We've got an issue. Mr. Owens screwed up. I've got a solution also though. So we're going to take a box, place it here, polygroup edit, push it down to height, and then grab this edge, put it in there, grab this edge, put it in there, right there, grab this edge, put it right there, and then grab this edge and put it right in there, and then rotate our gizmo, middle mouse button, and then move that edge to the center, and then merge these two faces, accept, and then grab both of these meshes and do a union, accept, and then polygroup edit, and then we fixed our issue. Boy, I could have spent an hour on that trying to figure out how do I solve this little stupid problem. Well, if you understand how the meshes work together, your solutions can be as simple as filling in the gap. And that all comes from experience. Oh, got a little mesh here that needs to be deleted. And since this is a rectangle, or close to one, I can do a bridge and a hole fill to fix that. I think I kept that line there on purpose. So now a space mouse with some custom key bindings, I hope, will allow me to just press a button on my keyboard to do the merge function. I wonder if you can bind these random macros to a custom key. That's what's next on my agenda. I'm waiting for a payment to come through. Once that does, I'm gonna give me a space mouse. It'll be this week that I can get it. Uh-oh. Can't merge that one. Can't merge that one. Boy, tell me it ain't so. Okay. All right, simple enough. It looks like there are two lines there, two edges. And I really just need to delete one of them. Great, good to know. Because if I can't merge it, that usually means there's a face in there that I can't see. Uh-oh. I'm inclined to believe that this is not a solid face. Cannot bridge. Okay, can I bridge these? Nope. So let's just keep those as is. No big deal. I think that wall is just a little bit bent. The hell is that? Well, that's what happens when you use the fill hole tool, I guess. Whoops. Wrong button. Again, let me save that. I promise y'all, when this building is done, not only will you love it, but you'll think that all the hard work I did was well worth it. And I think I'm gonna put this one on my Patreon too, so that y'all can download it. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Let's bridge these, or first these, and then this. Many times it's just about being smart, understanding a 3D model, and how the 3D space and these edges, how these edges work together. It's not that insanely hard to figure out. Let's do a fill hole now. See what happens. Nope. That puts so much, like, puts some unnecessary geometry in there, and that's because of this bad boy. Yeah, we can do that. Let's grab this. Let's see if we can merge these first. All right, now can I select this? Cannot bridge. Okay, can we close the gap though now without any issues and then merge this? Hey, it's done. Accept and save. Always want to just stop and save your progress, because if you press escape, it's gonna cancel everything you just did, and that should be annoying. Okay, let's delete this. Can't bridge. Could not be partitioned into a single hole or two non-loop open boundary sequences. And it must be because of this edge. So at least we're eliminating, like, you know, and I don't know how the Blender workflow is when it comes to... Must have had something selected. Maybe that's helpful. All right, let's do this again. See, got some little geometry in there that shouldn't be there. This is a random node. You can't delete nodes. That's another thing that kind of sucks. You can't delete little nodes that just be showing up. That's okay though, I think. Okay. The hell? feel like I'm constantly dipping below the world grid, which is why I can't select some parts of this. But hey, this is the process of using the built-in tools. If that's the route that you want to take, and that's the route that I take, what you end up with is a project or a project that you can be proud of, very proud of. All right, now to fix this. There we go. That's going to get rid of our that random little node that was in there. Let's go ahead and save it. So Control-Shift-S. And then jump right back in. Big on saving your shit, bro. All right. And if I can't merge two faces, I just delete them and bridge it. Not too concerned with this one because I don't think that's a solid line, but we can try. Let's try this real quick. Can we bridge these? We can. Good to know. And it's clean. I absolutely love that. Now let's try a fill hole on this side. Merge. Super solid. Let's delete this one real quick. Now I'm just going to go ahead and bridge that. And we're going to call it a day right there. Not sure where those extra edges are coming from. Okay. Can we do all this at once? Because when it comes to texturing this, it's really simple. You add a texture, you add a projector UVs, and that motherfucker be looking good. I'll show y'all a couple of buildings. If anybody wants to vote in the comments or tell me what they want to see from this project, I have an interior space that I did as a digital twin. I have a restaurant that I'm working on that I can show. Or we can just keep at it. And you can enjoy this lovely process until we get to the very end. And then at the end of this week, you can say, I watched you make this. This is amazing. Can I download it? Yeah, and that's what I think I'm going to do. I think I'm going to share this building as an FBX or something, or I'll try to package an Unreal Engine download, like, so you can download just this part of this project. Something. I think I want to give the people who have watched this stream something. I have a Patreon, which I think is in the description of the video, where I will be uploading some of the buildings from this project that you can use to play with once I completely build them inside of the engine. I don't know what you would do with them, and I'm sure many of the people watching are not from Memphis, but I think it'd be great value for you to be able to open up these buildings inside of your own project and see how they are made, so that you can maybe take all the thoughts and guessing out of how you're going to make your own game and building models. Just remember, like, if you're making a game, it doesn't have to be production ready. Focus first on making it presentation ready, because the biggest priority is getting attention on the project, getting people excited about it, and raising funds. Raise you some money. So try to make something that's presentation ready, that looks good. Another wall to fix. Great. You know what I could do, actually? Instead of deleting the whole damn wall, is I can insert an edge. You're such a smart guy, Corey. Delete, delete. Okay, you're such a smart guy. Let's not give ourselves that much work. Yeah, there we go. Fill hole. And look at that. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Nope, we're just going to have to do a... I really think this edge is what's screwing it up too. Yeah, buddy. Okay. Everything is figure outable. Bridge. Merge. Save. Edit. Everything is figure outable. And I just thought of that solution for the first time. Instead of deleting a whole wall to try to fix a little line that's in there, I need to create an edge to isolate the small area that does need to be fixed. And that takes 30 minutes off of my editing time. Fantastic. Because otherwise I'd be bridging this whole wall back together and boring the shit out of y'all. Because y'all want to get to the nitty gritty, I know. And once I finish this part, I can then go back to what I was previously doing, which is pushing those floors into the building so that I can create rooftops and, floors. Pushing the rooftop into the building so that I can create an isolated rooftop and floors. That's a separate mesh from the walls. And you'll see how I'll do that once I'm done merging all of these faces. Which I'm pretty sure, like, you know, in Blender, I think there's a couple of tools where you can select edge loops and face loops, and Unreal has some similar tools to where you can do those types of selections. Let's do the underside of this. But Blender's more intuitive for this type of editing workflow. I just find it much more efficient for me to stay in the engine instead of navigating between software. Uh-oh. As you can see, I forgot to do my corners on this one, so it turned into a square. But let's hope that it's not a problem. Doesn't look like it is. This one I probably shouldn't merge, because it's a whole different material, but I think it'll be all right. I'm not going to merge it. Yep, made another mistake there. I didn't do those. Okay, looks like I need to... Oh, lordy. Let's just leave it. Oh, can't merge that. You know what I miss? Call of Duty Black Ops 2. Man. I miss that more than I miss LAN parties with the boys. Halo. Black Ops 2 was quite the experience. Oh man. Don't tell me it just connected these two. What a weird thing to do. But okay, let's decompose it. What? Easy enough. Again, let's go ahead and create an edge from here to here. Okay. And let's delete that. And let's delete this one. Can't bridge? Oh. I see. I see. Gotta bridge that. There we go then. And now I should be able to fill the hole. Okay. Complex problems, simple solutions. So I got to do the same thing here. Insert an edge to isolate this little node popping in here. I don't know where that comes from, why it's there. But let's just delete both of these walls and that node. And then just bridge these again. And save this mother real quick. The last thing you want to happen is the GPU processor or something gets hung up on like I don't know, a line or node that it can't process for whatever reason because you got some plugin installed that forces the GPU to like try to process a non-existent line or something, and then the whole thing crashes and you have to do all of that over. I don't want to waste y'all's time. Don't want to waste my time either. But that should be happening. It gets hung up on the most simple task. And then you're like, okay, let me carve out an hour to redo everything I just did because I didn't stop and save. There was a time I did something like this where I was editing a lot of poly groups. And I was trying to cancel an operation I was doing, thinking that the escape button was the best button to press. And I didn't cancel just the operation I was doing. I canceled the whole poly group edit, and all the changes I had made disappeared. And I was like, you have got to be kidding me. Couldn't have popped up a tooltip or something to like confirm, are you sure you want to stop poly group editing? You just press the escape button. That's dangerous. And then I would have been like, oh, no. I don't want to stop poly group editing. But yeah, if you press the escape button, all that shit you just did goes down the drain. And there ain't no getting it back. And, you know, I'm a man, so I'm used to saying, all right, I'll fix it. I'll do it all again. It's just like dating. Okay, you want to move on? I guess I'll do it all again. Just spent X amount of dollars and years to convince you to be in a relationship. Only for you to say, all right, I'm ready for the next guy to spend money on me and waste his time. It's the life of a man right there, y'all. All right, I guess I'll do it all again. You get to go and get your food paid for by the next guy who thinks you're the finest thing on the face of the earth. I'm not complaining, by the way. I think it's just relative. It's relevant. Accidentally press escape. You accidentally say you're an emotional male. You accidentally say you care about people. The next thing you know, oh, I kind of don't like you anymore. It's like, damn, shorty. Are you serious? Are you serial? But real talk, I love people. All right, that's done. We just did all the polygroup editing and all the boring stuff. I'm going to turn my fan on. Or turn my fan up. All right. Let's see this in context. Let's see if I can bring in that other model. So let's go and search for this. It's going to be in my generated folder. All right, this is the model that I think we want to bring in. Nope. We have to find the more recent merged one. Let's think. Maybe it's this one. Nope. This is the one we're editing now. That one can work, though. I can bring that other one in and work with that. So here's what we do. We have one of these objects that we merged earlier. If we can find it again. Okay, let's just do a search again. And I think it's going to be up here. Let's bring it in here. And let's figure out what the orientation is supposed to be. Okay. Let's transform. Grab it at this pivot point to here. Move it here. And then let's rotate. To there. That looks like it's perfectly in place. And then we're going to move it all the way up in the air for now. Just to keep it, because we're going to come back later and rip all the rooftops out of there. Okay. I want to think about how I want to proceed. The goal here is to extrude these walls downward into the floor. So let me hide this disc into the floor. And I think with that, I need to also, let's polygroup edit and grab these faces on these island portions of the building. And we're going to disconnect them. This is where all the solar panels sit on, I think, and some of the AC stuff. Let's disconnect. And then I can move the gizmo. Let's just move the gizmo here. And then rotate it to where it's facing straight up. Or down, whatever. Okay. All right, and then I can just move all of this out of the way temporarily. Okay, we're going to use it later. And then I'll fill this hole. Merge this. And then I'll try to do a push-pull with like normals even. Is that going to work? No. Something's odd here. And I think it's something to do with this. So let's delete this whole face. Actually, let's not. What's going on here? I don't know, but instead of doing that, since we're having an issue doing that, I think one of the better things to do would be to hit accept. What we're going to do is copy. Well, actually, real quick, let me go polygroup edit and fill this hole and this hole. So fill hole, and let's merge all those faces together. And then let's accept that, copy it, convert it, accept, paste into place, polygroup edit, grab those two faces. Actually, we're going to grab all the rooftop pieces from every portion of the building. I'm going to merge this too while I'm at it. Every single rooftop piece. Every single major rooftop piece, not these little ones inside of there. And we're going to copy them. And you'll see why in just a hot second. And this one. And this one. Or instead of copying them, we're going to do an invert selection and delete faces. Perfect. Accept. Now let's move this up. Okay. Great. Polygroup edit. Let's see if I can take this and can we recalculate the normals and extrude? We can. So let's extrude it all the way through to the floor. So push-pull didn't work. Extrude, it will work. It doesn't really matter how far we go. It just needs to go through the building. Six different ways to do everything. It doesn't matter how you do it. Just the end results that matter. Oh no. Single direction, normals even. Let's do push-pull then and see if that's gonna work. So let's flip it. Recalculate normals, push-pull. And let's try selected triangle normals. Selected triangle normals even. No. I must have grabbed the face or something. Oh, I did. No wonder it's being strange. Okay, so let's decompose and then deselect whatever the heck this is. And merge. And then we can delete these faces. There's always something that like just kind of catches you off guard. It's like, why isn't this working? Now if we do an extrude, it should go straight down to the floor. Okay, select triangles normal even. Single direction. There it goes. All right. It's always something simple and stupid. I'm curious if anybody that's watching can tell me what I'm about to do. Curious as to whether or not you know exactly what's about to happen. Accept. All right. Okay. Whew. Okay. We're going to take this. We're going to copy it because we might need it. And then we're going to grab the whole building model. And then we're going to do a Boolean operation. And let's see how well this Boolean operation works. Something's jacked. Let's figure out what it is before we continue. Let's contemplate here. What could be the issue? That goes all the way out. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. All right, then. So, I need to redo part of this real quick. Let's grab this face, this face, this face. Because I don't think I can push this in. Or can I? Okay. I see where I kind of messed up. We may have to redo that, and that's okay, because I know exactly how to do it now. Before I can do that, I need to insert an edge here to here, if it'll let me. There we go. And then delete this face. Usually it's something very simple that I never, I didn't think about. Okay. Now with that out of the way, that can probably help prevent some major issues. Okay, let's see if there's anywhere else like that that I need to consider. And I don't think so. So you see this trim right here, like this edge, and how this comes all the way out to the edge, which means that we would do a push, like a Boolean, down the edge of this wall, and that's what we don't want to happen. So we have to trim those little flaps. Let's make sure we don't have any more flaps like that, which I don't think we do. No, we don't. Okay, so that being said, we can now do our extrusion again and have the confidence in knowing that we won't screw anything up this time. And since this is all one poly group, one mesh, we only have to do the extrusion once. Or the Boolean operation once. Excuse me. Misspoke. All right, I think that's every piece that I need right now. Let's just double check. Let's accept and save. And as I did before, I'm going to copy this because we might need to use it again. But I'll go ahead now and do a Boolean operation. And let's check and see what, if anything, got screwed up. All right, so there's this. We forgot to trim another flap. Let's do it again real quick and see what else. There's something wrong here. So this allows us to preview. If and where our mistakes and stuff are going to be. Which I think this is not a big deal. We can fix that. This probably not a huge deal. We can fix that too. What about this? Not sure what to think about that. Fairly easy things to clean up. But real quick, a solution to this would be polygroup edit, insert an edge here to here, enter, push this face all the way down through the model to get rid of it. Great. Let's just merge that. And let's take a look over here and see why this might be acting funny. Probably nothing we can figure out at the moment. All right, so let's try that again. Except we're just gonna go for it. And Boolean. Accept. And then let's polygroup edit this to fix any inconsistencies. So this is an entire face that has several issues. That I think are easy to fix if I just insert some edges by random. Like just randomly put some edges in there. Insert edge here. And then we'll delete that whole face as well as that one. And then start bridging things back together. So small issues that were not worth trying to figure out why they were happening. Instead of trying to figure out why they were happening, it's just probably easiest to let them happen and then go back and manually make some adjustments later. All right, it might seem like the work we're doing is a little bit redundant because we've been creating faces and stuff like for an hour or more. But I can guarantee you that once this process is finished, we won't have to do it again. Now, usually where the floor kind of met the edge of the wall, it might be okay to just keep those edge loops in there. Because we can use that as a guide to figure out where to place. I mean, the ceiling is what I meant to say. We can use those as a guide to figure out where exactly we want to place our ceiling. happened there? It's weird. All right, let's try bridging some gaps then. We are making a digital twin of downtown Memphis and using cesium as a reference to determine exactly where all of our meshes need to be placed to create this building called Crosstown Concourse. And I'm going through the painstaking process of creating walls and floors using that photogrammetry as a reference. Which might look like it's a very hard thing to accomplish, but really it's just time consuming more than anything. All right, so we've got an issue here. Don't know what this is. Not sure I want to delete that. So let's create an edge here to here if we can. Odd that it's not going to let me do that there. So let's make an edge wherever we want to then. No, it's not going to let me. Well, that's just strange. Unreal. It's a little unreal. Okay, better yet, we can bridge from here to here, maybe. Yeah. That gets us halfway there. Let's find a roundabout way to give us exactly what we want. Let's think about this here. Oh. Selected the wrong edge. Silly me. Okay, now we're talking. Can't bridge selection. That's weird. Can we fill the hole though? And now we can delete this top part. Oh, great. Can we insert an edge? Can that be our easy solution here? Easy breezy, beautiful, simple, effective, practical. That worked like a charm. Ah, there was also supposed to be a wall right there that we accidentally deleted. Simple fix. We'll go get a box. We'll put that box right there. We'll accept it. We'll polygroup edit that box. Move it over here. Grab this face. Attach it there. Grab this face. Attach it there. And then move the whole box from this edge to this edge. bring the height up to, I think that's supposed to be the floor. So let's say the height needs to go up to here. And the edge needs to go here. And here. And we're using built-in editing tools, modeling tools, as opposed to going from one piece of software to the next to accomplish this. The challenge is to use all built-in tools and plugins directly in Unreal Engine. Okay. So there's my missing wall. Let's go back and polygroup edit this and see what mistakes and issues must be corrected. Usually it's something super simple that turns into a complex problem. But we're looking for odd lines that popped up out of nowhere so that we can delete those lines and faces. To just clean up our geometry. That's it. The goal here is to clean up the geometry. All right. Which fortunately for us, there's not an awful lot to clean. Now, I don't remember what the point of these were. I don't remember at all. Okay, let's delete these edges. No clue what that was. But once this is clean the first and last time, we can get to some more fun stuff. What is this project? This is a digital twin of downtown Memphis. And the current part that I'm working on right now is Crosstown Concourse. If you want to learn more and get a feel for the scale of what I'm building, look inside of the description. There should be a link to my Reddit where there's a preview of like a lot of what I have done to this project in other areas of the city. But I'm creating a digital twin of downtown Memphis, and today's stream is mostly about Crosstown Concourse. So this week I'm building the Concourse, which I don't know if you can see this, but I'm using Google's photogrammetry as a reference to block out the building and then add. Right now I'm currently working on building the walls so that I can do floors and ceiling and the rooftop, I mean. But we're cleaning up the geometry so that we can move forward and actually get to some fun parts of the design process. By the way, I am the moderator for a subreddit I created called Digital Twin. If you go to reddit.com/r/digital twin, you can also learn a little bit about digital twins in there. And there's some interesting concepts that we're all discussing right now about digital twin technology. While this is going to function as a video game, it's also going to double as an enterprise digital twin application for urban planning and architecture and simulations. But this part of the project is kind of for fun. And the goal of me creating this building is to present the building design and the project to the Crosstown Concourse. And get them on board as a partner or a sponsor. No idea what that node is, but I think if I just delete that, I can bridge these two and get rid of it. Perfect. Now, why these all got separated, not sure, but I'm going to delete them and get rid of these edges here. So a lot of ghost facing happening. And before we go any further with the project, I want to clean up these strange edges that were created by my Boolean operation. Some boring stuff, but the end result is phenomenal. All right, not totally sure about what's happening with those two floating pieces, but we're not going to worry about it right now until we can see in context what that even is. All right, so I did the Boolean operation. Oh, there's another little edge that needs to be fixed. And as much as I would want to do a fill hole here, I'm just going to bridge everything just to be on the safe side. Okay. Let's check a few more places just to make sure everything is looking solid. Solid as a rock. Fantastic. Looks good to me. What do y'all think? I think we're straight. All right, so let's accept, save. I think that building is still in my clipboard. So if I hit paste, it is there. Great. Now I can go polygroup edit on this, grab all these little rooftop pieces. Okay, let's make sure we didn't miss anything. Everything's looking pretty good to me. We're going to do an invert selection. Actually, I can probably just, well, no. We'll invert selection, delete faces, and then select all. And can we extrude all at the same time to make a rooftop? And then let's just move it all. Uh-oh. Select all first. And then move it all back into position. Accept. Okay, so all of that to get to the point that we now have walls that we can go into the building and we see interior walls. All right, you see how that works? Now it's no, you know, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, Spider-Man, like single texture material exterior. Where you, when you walk in the building, you can still see the sky and the sun and everything around you. I don't know how many of you were here when I was talking about that, but how the Google Map in Unreal Engine, I'm using, it is big. I'm using Cesium's plugin to bring in the Google photogrammetry. It's really low quality. Google doesn't give you the highest quality photogrammetry and textures and materials. So if I invert it, let me go ahead and save this real quick. And I go up close to it. It's not great quality, but it's great as a reference to start, which is why I have Google's Street View pulled up on my TV screen up here so that I can get a detailed view of what the details look like. So really quick, if I go ahead and save this, let's turn on, I'll go and turn on some of this project in another area really quick. So static mesh buildings, static mesh lots, paths, props. This is downtown Memphis. This is where I'm from. This is my city. If I turn off the cesium tiles, you can see a lot of the geometry that I've created of some of the buildings. All built at 1:1 scale. If you know anything about Memphis, Tennessee, you know that we love our Hernando de Soto Bridge, as well as the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid, which is where the Grizzlies, Memphis Grizzlies, used to play basketball. And I've started blocking out different parts of this environment with the high quality modeling directly in the engine to just get, like, you know, this is what I call gray boxing, but I go from simple boxes to detailed geometry directly in the engine. And, you know, I'm building a digital twin of the entire city. See if you can hear that. Yeah, you can. So Bill Street would be about right here. Even though I've deleted the meshes out of this particular project, my condo, it was right here. This is where I lived. And here's an example. If I go through and do a playthrough so you can see the results. So let's start here. Got a park. Got real businesses in here. Since it's a digital twin first, we're not focused on getting IPs for anything because it's not going to be a game yet. It's going to just be a digital twin. So I include real businesses and real locations in the project. All of these meshes for the roads, sidewalks, I designed and I created from scratch. And I built all the building geometry using the photogrammetry as my reference. I do some of the logos and branding inside of Affinity Designer. I pulled those SVG vectors into SketchUp to extrude them, and then I import them into Unreal Engine via Datasmith to further manipulate and place them into the scene. So I focused more on this area because I got hired to do some architectural visualization for an architecture firm last month, and I spent the last 30 days building this. So this is all the result of 30 days worth of figuring shit out. And I rigged my first 2 vehicles yesterday or 2 days ago, which are, oh, they're actually back at the parking garage. So let me go grab them. And I'll do a quick playthrough so you can see the scale. Currently, I've got it set up to where I can switch between my characters. And I'm using some default characters as well for testing purposes and to test scale. Let's see, 1. And this way I can kind of see the progress, see what I'm working on, and get a feel to make sure that everything is as close to real life as possible. So if you can go to Google Maps, go downtown Memphis, you can get some context and kind of look around the scene and compare the work I've done. Oh, check this out. Let me see if you can see it. There you go. Tennessee. That's so tight. So I've been doing a lot of coding and development to just make sure that what I'm bringing to market for the city is as close to the real thing as possible. My plan is to present this to Downtown Memphis Commission and work with them to use this in enterprise solutions. Let's go to number 2. Different view. I would put her in the helicopter, but I gotta figure something out about how to get her correctly attached. So in the meantime, I can just press through the numbers to activate my characters instead of making the character possess a vehicle or something. So 4, that's when I gotta use the keyboard. Actually, that one doesn't work. And some of them don't have sound or anything. The trees are floating in the air because there's supposed to be a building right there with the rooftop situation. Six, 7. That's kind of funny. But I did rig my first vehicle, and I'm kind of proud of that. And there's a lot that isn't working on it. But it looks nice. 7, 6, 8. Then I can switch cameras as well. So I usually don't have a clue what I'm doing, and I go to Google and YouTube to figure out how to do it all. Is this hidden in the game right now? What's happening here? Let's go to 9. I've got the photogrammetry hidden. Let me see if I can tilt it out of this and show it. Not worried about it. But let me go back and turn it on. But the goal here at the end of the day is to have the entire city in the engine, to be both a game and an enterprise application, so that we can, at the very least, share with the public new developments to get them to vote on whether they would like or want them. Because there were companies that came into the city and spent millions of dollars to give us a new park downtown, and 85% of the people that live downtown hated it. So if we had a virtual version of that proposed project before they spent those millions of dollars in tax dollars, it's possible that we could have gotten some valuable feedback from the community, and people could have said, we don't like this. We like what we got. So I'm looking to solve a variety of problems, as well as provide a very entertaining video game to where these people can come and essentially live a second life. Okay, let's take this. Oh, okay. I must have deleted those two things out of here. That's okay. Here's what I can do. Copy, paste, modeling mode, and convert, accept, and pull it down. Polygroup edit it. But those buildings that you saw in the little preview I just did, and everything that you see when you go to my Reddit or Patreon, I think more is on Reddit. All of that was built in the engine using the same technique. Invert selection, delete faces, and accept, edit pivot, center. Actually, let's do bottom. And then transform, complete. Now, I'm definitely missing a couple of things here, and I'm pretty sure it's this. Okay, so let's copy, paste, convert it again, accept, polygroup edit, and then all of this is what was missing. So wondering why those little rectangles were just floating in midair, and it's because we accidentally did a Boolean operation and completely destroyed this trimming. I also have on my YouTube, I think it's in the Reddit as well, digital twin interior. So the goal is going to be for the player to be able to go around the city and then have someone like Amazon, FedEx, or these different major companies here buy into the game to say they want for players to be able to get real jobs in the game, making $5 an hour or something, and use the data from that gameplay and from the jobs, the virtual jobs in the game, to kind of correspond with the physical location, and to run simulations to determine, okay, you know, if we give this player constraints to deliver packages for Amazon from the facility to real addresses or fictitious addresses using the real city layout, we can then take the best players who have the best time, who abide by the rules of the road or whatever, take the data from their gameplay to then determine like what the best routes are, or you know, kind of figure out how to best optimize their employee experiences, for example. And then kids who aren't old enough to get real jobs yet can play games live on YouTube or whatever, make money, and then also kind of, we can use both the game and the enterprise version of the software to help run simulations and generate data that the companies can then buy and use to optimize their position in the city as a business. It's a lot and it's really ambitious, but right now I'm just focused on the visual fidelity, because if I, at the very least, can create the environment or some of the environment and get people excited, I'm more likely to get this in front of people who have millions of dollars to spend on this type of investment that it would take, right? So that, putting this on Reddit, for example, landed me some jobs where I'm making 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, $60,000 in 30 days using this project to help architectural firms showcase billion-dollar developments before they break ground or spend money. And I want to live stream so that I can show the next person who's using Unreal Engine there's more ways that you can make money than just turning it into a video game. So my advice, figure out how to do a model of your bedroom and then scale beyond the bedroom to start making part of your city that, maybe a downtown area or really popular area. Pick a building in your city that, a lot of your socialites go to, and model it in the engine and show it on Reddit, the subreddit for your city. And those people are going to be like, holy shit, you're making a game based on our city? I'm all in. I want to know more. Let's see, transform or cancel. Edit, pivot, center. So my mind just works in the most mysterious ways to get me to think how I can create shit like this and it not be so far-fetched. All right, why did I have a copy of this building? It was to get the rooftop, I think, and that was it. Yeah, so I can delete it. I had a second copy and I think I deleted that too. All right, that's pretty good looking. That's a great start, I think. Now, before I go so crazy into detail to add stuff to the facade, I think at some point I'm going to switch over to getting the sidewalks and stuff done, which might be a lot easier to accomplish. Let me go and edit this. Let me copy paste, convert, accept, polygroup edit. Let me grab these faces out of here. Because even though nobody's ever going to go into these little rooms, we're just going to at least make sure that they have their own little rooftop and stuff. Invert, delete, select all. Shit. All right, not gonna be as hard as it looks. I just gotta align them all to the topmost edge, and then we can select them all at once and push them down into the wall just enough. And I don't necessarily need to make this any 3D geometry, because nobody's ever gonna be inside of there. Okay, select all, and let's just go here. That's cool. I'll take it like that. Put her like that. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's see. What's hidden? Something's hidden. The disc is hidden. Box 66. 166. All these boxes. That box. We're missing a big one. There it is. Save. Man, dude, I'm feeling this. Like, this is really getting there. But to add context, I think this might be the more exciting part. So excited to come pick up my son. Oh, man, I've missed that little man. We can come back to add more detail a little bit later. Let me grab my pawn, which is somewhere in here. Where's that pawn at? Where's that pawn? Let's see. Data, pawns, player start. There he is. Control X. And let's just get up on the rooftop. Right click, edit, paste here. And let's turn on those cesium tiles. I do want to make a cartographic polygon for these tiles, but I'm not going to go that far right now. So if we do a play, I can at least, I've never gotten this feel for the scale from the rooftop. Is it hidden in game? I think it's hidden in game. Cesium actors not hidden in game. So why didn't it load? Cesium tiles not hidden in game. Okay, let's go visible. Yeah, it's visible. Save. Okay, weird. I'm basic on the UE5 animator, but I have a small project. I'm happy if you're watching. Yeah, since you commented on my video, I will come in and after I finish my live stream, which I could be live for another 6 hours, I'll go take a look. Hey, are you posting stuff on YouTube? I see you're commenting. Okay, in your channel? Yeah, I'll go take a look. All right, so as we can see, photogrammetry looks absolutely dog shit, terrible. But this gives us a sense of scale. And I got a lot of houses and building models that I can bring into here. But one of the more tasking parts of this project, since I can't really use procedural generation tools to give me an exact replica of the city's street layout, is designing the streets and sidewalks and lots for each building. So since this is kind of a hero building, there's a lot more detail that I'm going to put into the Crosstown building. The lot that it stands on, let me go ahead and jump down. Don't try this at home. This is meant to be a hero building. And I mean, the scale is fantastic. Everything's 1 of 1, 1 to 1, and 1 of 1. I've already got part of the parking lot just started. But as you can see, the grade of these lots are just not your, traditional video game. Obviously, you can make like a hillsides. A lot of people use real geographic data from like the mountainsides and stuff. Think The Witcher. It's like, I don't want mountains. I want a city. And I want real roads. And I want the roads to be as accurate as the real world. Which means you have to take into consideration that these roads usually aren't straight, and not every single road has the same width, number of lines, layout. So I can't use World Build, City Build, Road Tool Pro, and all these plugins to create a replica of this. I have to build all the geometry myself until I get enough money to hire somebody that's really good with Houdini to be able to take like GIS data and data that's publicly available on the internet to then maybe procedurally create some of this. But I think at the end of the day, the majority of this has to be done by hand. And what you saw in the preview earlier when I went to another part of the city is the result of what I've created by hand. Got my airplanes flying in the sky. Oh, 3 of them. I thought I had it set to like 2. And I think what I've been able to create looks amazing. It's very time consuming, but it's worth it though, because when someone hops in the game who lives in this city, who has been here, who comes here often, either one, at some point it'll get hard for them to distinguish whether this is real life. Obviously, like in real life, the materials have a lot of wear, and you can see it just by looking at this. Procedurally, I can maybe set something up to where I can simulate wear and, you know, water damage and that type of thing. But for the most part, the average viewer might not be able to distinguish some of my work from reality once I get into the detail of actually landscaping and adding complex materials to the scene. And that's kind of what I want to go for, is that photorealism, to where you're immersed in the scene so much that you're like, oh shit, I know I'm playing a game right now, but I 100% know that if I take a right down this street and take a left here, I'll end up at this restaurant. You do that in the game, and then you realize the restaurant's actually there and you can walk inside of it. So from a monetization standpoint, the plan is to offer naming rights to these local businesses to say, if you want your business in the game, you can pay me X amount of dollars per year, you know, with the understanding that it's possible you might not be in business next year. So why would you pay for permanent, you know, to permanently be in a game when your business might not be permanently in the real world? So that's a way to like bootstrap and monetize the project, but also to avoid having to rely on IPs and having a lot of fake brands in the game like Grand Theft Auto has done. So product placement marketing is another way that this can be monetized for creating commercials, doing virtual production, and allowing musicians to kind of have that Fortnite experience to where their characters perform in the virtual environment. And, you know, a pandemic happens again, we can use this in VR to say, hey, buddy, let's go meet up at the bar around the corner in VR. So there's a lot that I want to do. It's really ambitious, but I think it's really possible. And the more innovation that's happening, the easier it is for us to, you know, assume that these ideas can become a reality. So we just spent the better of 2 hours, I think, creating our rooftops and like modifying not just the rooftops, but modifying this building to where now if we do some sort of a Boolean operation on the walls for windows, we can actually see into the building. And that was the primary purpose of the last like couple of hours of this stream, is to like convert this from a box with a hollow interior to real walls and full-on geometry, so that we can now, you know, simulate interior spaces and add doors and windows to the facade. Because that's what's next. Is if this was just a box that you can just like, you know, I'll just show you for anybody that's newly on the stream that didn't see all of what just went down. Generally what I'll do is I'll create a box, I'll put a box in the scene, I'll invert the photogrammetry. I'll polygroup edit this box. And let's say pick a building. Let's do this little building right here. I'll move that box over the building. And I'll bring the bottom of the box into the floor, like into the ground. So that we can always know that regardless of where this box is positioned, the bottom of the building won't like pop up out of the ground. So I always just put the whole thing kind of under the ground a little more than it probably has to be. And sometimes that's the truth, because downtown Memphis was built on top of like flood zones, and there's a lot of tunnel systems and basements. A lot of people don't know there's a whole tunnel system under the city. You know, so the reality is you can go in many of these buildings and get and access the tunnel if you know where to go. But by default, I either block it out like this with one major mesh, or I will create walls. But this is the fastest way. I'll use the extrude, go here, grab push pull. And it's like, oh, why don't you do this in Blender? Well, it's not, even though cesium is in Blender, it's much quicker to just stay in the fucking engine and get exactly what I want done in the engine. So let's push pull this and push pull. Excuse my language. I don't know who's watching, but I think we're all either adults or mature enough to handle some F-bombs. All right, so I'll very quickly just iterate on a design based on the photogrammetry. And then, you know, let's go ahead and just block out this little awning thing. You know, usually I'll add that later as an actual static mesh, and I'll find a real 3D awning somewhere. Instead of going through this painstaking process of just designing it. But for shits, to show you, like, this is a very fast iteration, and you too can use Unreal Engine's modeling tools to build just about anything, especially buildings. All right, so when you build buildings like this, just remember, when you go into the photogrammetry, it's only one-sided material, so you can see the sky when you go in there, right? It's one-sided materials. The same thing is true for Unreal Engine's materials. So if I enter, save, invert the photogrammetry, if I go inside of this box I just made, it's hollow. It's a solid object. Solid as in you can assume that all of what's in here is, you know, let's say this is a big metal block. There's no air pockets in it. So when you go in it, it basically assumes that there's nothing in there, right? You can't fill it up with water. It's not that type of hollow. It's just, you know, think of a 3D printed plastic that all of this is plastic and it's heavy, or all of this is a gold bar or something like that, right? So if I wanted to turn this into a real building with walls, a couple of ways you can do that. Polygroup edit, let's inset this ceiling, this rooftop, just barely like that, and then except we're gonna copy and convert it to a new static mesh, and then paste the unconverted version, polygroup edit, grab the ceiling, invert the selection, and delete everything except grab the other mesh, polygroup edit, grab the ceiling, push pull, and then we're gonna, let's see, select the triangle normals. Let's try selected triangle normals, single direction. Maybe that'll work. And can we push pull this all the way through the floor? We can. Let's accept and see what happened. Let's hide this real quick. There we go. So now we have walls. And then if I take that little roof, polygroup edit, and do a push pull operation, give it some thickness, accept it, and transform it. Let's just edit the pivot, center it, accept, transform. We'll push it down into the floor and then complete. If I want to keep it as one mesh, I can polygroup edit it, select everything, duplicate, and then bring all of that geometry that's duplicated up to about there. Except now we have a building that you can go inside of. And a very simple thing that I can do is, I can go into my content browser. Let's search for door, turn on the blueprint class and static mesh. And let's just grab a random freaking door, drag it in here, right? And this is my process for like building a custom building using photogrammetry, whereas most people are going to try to use these building tools like how do I create buildings or go into Blender. It's like a lot of that's not necessary. So let's go and transform this door from, let's say, this point. Let's move it into the corner for now so that we can rotate it and hold down Control. That way we get it exactly where we want it. Okay, I'm going to invert my photogrammetry real quick. Control Shift Save. And I'm actually going to move this whole building over here. That way I can have a reference for where my ground is. Let's just randomly place this on the ground. I don't know if this is a real working blueprint door, but... And let's transform. Let's see. When you understand how those transform tools work, it makes your life 1,000 times easier. All right, put that up against the wall. And then, my favorite, grab a box. Just kind of move it into place. Accept. Polygroup edit. And I'm going to go into the wall here. And push this up to there. Pull this one over to here. Come in the wall on this side. Pull this face over to here. And then go into the ground. Or into the wall from here. And then pull this face down to the bottom of the door. And then pull the interior face in through the wall. What's cool is when you have it selected, it'll actually emit light. Like it shows real materials via lumen, which is kind of cool. All right, and then all I have to do, accept that, grab the building, the walls, grab this mesh, do a Boolean operation, A minus B, enter. I don't know that this, let's see, edit door setup. Click to edit blueprint. Let's see if we can maybe open the door. I don't know if that's possible, but viewport. Actually, sometimes, let's cancel that. We don't need to modify the blueprint. Door frame, door handle. I should be able to just rotate it, and even though that's actually not on the appropriate pivot, unless it opens this way, which it appears so. Okay, and let's go into game view. Let's cut this guy. Right click. Edit, paste here. And remember, you can press end on the keyboard to just drop that down to the ground. And if you are above your game's, what is it called? If you're above the Z axis, I think maybe it's the X axis. If you're above the game's grid, the world position grid, you won't see some of your like game mode meshes unless you go under the grid, right? So these volume boxes, and I think this door opens by itself when you walk into it, but I don't know if that's set up or not. But this mesh, this capsule, you can't see it when you go above the grid. And that's the thing about designing your city, is your city is not flat. There's going to be valleys and hills, and wherever your world origin is, there are going to be parts of the map that go below the world origin, and you're going to get a little bit confused when you start, like, it's like, damn, where are my edges? Where are my gameplay assets? It's like, oh, they're there, but you can't. That's the engine thing. I don't know if we can change that, but let's go ahead and just save this and hit play. And that's how quickly you can iterate. Like, the building I'm doing now is huge, and it's, oh, I forgot there's no collision on the photogrammetry. So let's go edit that real quick. Cesium tiles, collision. Let's do collision presets, custom, collision enabled. I think we want to set it to whatever the default was, which is query and physics. Trace responsibility, visibility and camera. So, you know, let's make sure all of our collision is back to default. And I think that's going to fix collision problem. Let's try it again and see. Oh, it didn't load. That's why it keeps doing that. So maybe we'll load ourselves on the rooftop. How about that? First, let's see if our collision end will be enabled once the photogrammetry loads in. Maybe. Maybe not. Good. All right, so now we have a building, but we only have a door. So that is the process of converting photogrammetry into real geometry. And then you can go customize it however you want. But if you go into Google Street View, you can then determine, like, okay, this is the type of construction, these are the type of windows, types of doors. Go download some 3D models or Unreal Engine asset packs that have windows and doors. And if you see like a city pack, be careful with city packs. Some city packs, their cities and buildings are designed with like decals and like one-way doors and windows, to where when you go on the inside of them, it's not real geometry. So I try to go and find packs that have doors, windows, geometry, walls, different things that I don't have to design from scratch, so that I can just all right, so good to know. I downloaded all these assets, and there's a lot of scripting and stuff that I just don't have to do, because it's done for you. So now if I just go play, look at that. I just made a whole fucking game. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, bring in your different packs, plugins, whatever, make the game. It's not something that your intention is to like distribute it to the world. Your intention should be to showcase, this is what I want to exist. Use your resources, buy some packs. The end product does not have to use those packs and mechanics. The goal is just to showcase, I want this type of gameplay. I'm making an environment, and then you can easily get people on board. Probably if you live in an area where there are game developers, you can build a team, or you can get people interested in investing, like, oh my gosh, I see the value in that. I want that to exist. I have the money. And just like Grand Theft Auto, if they spent $2 billion to develop a game that's like photorealism simulation of life, but they make 12 billion or however many ever billion, or they make 30 million in the first 7 days of launching the game, investors might look at you making a game and say, oh my gosh, like I want to be part of whatever happens on the other side of this. So I have tens of millions of dollars that I'm trying to figure out what to do with. Here's $1 million. I haven't had that happen to me yet, but I have spoken to some very wealthy individuals who have straight up asked, what can you do with 30 grand? And in my mind, I'm like, okay, let's get something on paper so that if you do give me a bunch of money, you clearly understand that there's a number of years that you'll have to wait to see your money, a return on your money. There's a risk that you might not ever get a return on your money. And those people are going to say, okay, it's just 30 grand. I want a piece of that Take-Two revenue. So I think now what I'll do, and the reason, I was just showing you all of that. Like I was showing you that process, which took me all of 10 minutes, 15 minutes, so that you can understand why I just spent 2 hours taking a building at this scale and going through the painstaking process of separating the rooftop from the mesh, and then using that rooftop to do Boolean operations to create those walls, so that once I do go in here and start adding doors and windows, you can actually be inside of built geometry and have an interior. All right, exception access, Cesium. Cesium keeps crashing, and I think I need to either update Cesium or just keep dealing with these crashes. Fortunately for y'all, as I've mentioned before, this is a very expensive computer, so you don't have to wait a very long time for me to reboot. I apologize for the inconveniences, but I wish it wasn't so time sensitive. I'm just not doing well. If you haven't bought him a backpack for school, I may get one that he liked. Okay, please do. So excited to be going to pick up my boy. All right, I think it's time maybe that we switch to some jazz. Let me see what's in this nostalgic Sims 1 mix though first, because it might be some of our favorite songs that we haven't heard in a while. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We haven't heard this one in a minute. I'm curious as to whether you guys can hear it as well as I can. It's probably not coming through the stream that well. So here we go. This is what I'll do. I'll turn it up just a hair. If you know, you know. All right. Cesium be acting real funny sometimes. What is this building? This motherfucker's standing out like... All right, it's time to do columns. Although my setup is a little crazy, I mean, it's really nice. My recommendation is to at least have 3 monitors. 3. If your computer can handle it. Even if you're working in 1080p. So that you can keep one screen dedicated to your, the engine and the environment. Now, I'm terrified as for how much detail I'm gonna have to add to this. This is 2022. Let's go back to 2025. I think we need to go over a little bit. A little bit more. There we go. See? Business ain't there no more. 2025. So maybe the corner. I have no real methodology for how I want to do this. I just know that if I don't get started, it's going to take longer to happen. All right. Cesium. I'm going to set this to be hidden in game. That way we can just press G to hide it. Again, if you know, you know. I think the main reason I really liked The Sims at the time was because of the architectural bit of it. Being able to see and live in and interact with your environment immediately after creating it was really interesting. Polygroup edit. Let's insert an edge. Can we do an edge loop here? No, we cannot. All right, we're gonna have to invert our cesium tiles. And this is typically what screws the whole thing up. Program be like, what the fuck are you doing, buddy? Then it just shuts off on me. I would love to answer anybody's questions while I'm live. I know a lot of people have questions, and even if what you're doing is totally unrelated to like what I'm making, you're making a car game or a stylized game, let me know what you're working on and what you want to work on if you haven't started yet. And if you're getting hung up anywhere, like I'd be happy to give you some feedback. Let's see, can we push pull this? What's gonna happen if we do that? Single, normal direction, even. You know, this probably isn't even the best way to accomplish this, but Let's see if we can invert this and turn off game mode. Jeez. Definitely gonna undo that. So single direction even is not a good way to manipulate these faces. This, on the other hand, is a much better way. So it's possible that this actually has to get pushed in. And I think the easiest way to do that would actually be to push this out this way. And do the same to this. Oh, snap. Snap. Screwed up a little bit. So instead of pushing that all the way. No, actually that was correct. Almost correct. Let's think. Let's go to there. Okay. This is where you start running into like weird limitations of the program. Because with the push-pull tool, I cannot snap to anything, and that's the weird part about this whole. Yeah, that's super strange. Show wireframe, shells to solids, whatever that means. Controls whether offsetting an entire open border patch should create a solid or an open shell. Scale distance factor, measure direction. Use whatever this means for setting. So mesh border again, side groups, blah, blah, blah. I'm reading. Show selectable corners, gizmo visible, lock rotation. There should be an option to snap to different pieces of geometry. Okay. So as destructive as this might be, we're just going to push it all the way through. And we're going to do the same for this. Because there is a solution for this. Once you get rid of that, what the hell? And then merge these faces if possible. I can very easily, or so I think, this bridge. This. What the hell? Oh, that's hilarious. Let's retriangulate normals. Interesting. Okay, got a single direction. Yeah, I don't know what's happening there. And I don't like it. I don't like it. Okay, so easiest solution then would be, well, not the easiest, but one solution of many would be to just draw some edge loops. Just kind of draw them anywhere. Okay, enter. Now let's grab this and rotate my gizmo. So we can then just move this over like so. And do the same for this one. That doesn't quite look like it's aligned, but maybe it is. Maybe it's just the texture that looks a little jacked up. So with that being done, I should be able to delete these two faces and bridge these, as well as bridge this and bridge this. Let's see how destructive this is. Okay, not very, but you know, we got the job done and we cleaned up after ourselves. At the end of the day, that's kind of what you want to do. Let's go ahead and save this. Okay. Now, this all looks crooked and weird because if I just go and project UVs, set it to box, auto align, and then do something like 250. Like, I can do a UV projection on the whole thing. But we're not going to do that right now. We can do that later. All right, that at least, save, gives us the appropriate extrusion of this wall, which now we got to look into making columns out of it. And I probably just like absolutely just butchered that because I think it's possible that this outer extrusion was supposed to actually be shorter than the one on the inside, right? Fun times. But that's not a big deal. Nothing we can't fix. This is just where it gets messy. Because unless I hire somebody to grab a drone and go up here and film this thing, I'm stuck using Google Images as a reference. We got menu updates, sent over a few additional edits. Okay, cool. To a menu, restaurant menu. Is this still The Sims? I better not get banned on Google. Okay, I think it is The Sims. I mean, banned on YouTube. Same company. For playing copyrighted music. I can play The Sims, though. It tends to work out. Alright, so let's fix our mistake. Welcome to the real world, y'all. Shit ain't just bread and butter. So I wonder if I can just push this up. Oh my lord, what is this? Okay, single direction. And let's just drop this bad boy down. All right. We ain't looking for perfection, y'all. Okay. That could be a more accurate representation, although I think this wall is out a little far. So let's square it up a bit. Cool. And then from there, I'll invert the photogrammetry, turn it on, and I can hide my building to get an idea for where these windows need to be. All right, so with that, I'll just create a box here, enter, turn this building off, and then polygroup edit the box to give me a rough estimate of where my window needs to be. And since we don't really need it to be pixel perfect, because Google Street View cars and their cameras that actually scan all this geometry and the textures, they don't hit the nail on the head with the placement of those scans. Sometimes it's also satellite data, so it would be scanned from up here, and the placement of the windows are usually not totally accurate, but this is good enough to get us started. Let's go polygroup edit this again, and we are going to duplicate this face, move it down into place. Let's say about right there should be good. And then push pull and bring it down to about right there. And then you'll see what I'll do. Like once I get this in place, then it's likely that most of the other windows are going to fall in alignment with that. So once I create my columns, it'll be easy for me to go and do a Boolean operation on the entire mesh. So let's just hit G. Let's turn that building back on, which I think is unloaded. What building? What box is this? There it is. So if I can go in there, yes, I can go in there. So let's do a Boolean operation and accept. And as you can tell, you know, it's real geometry. But let's undo that real quick. First and foremost, we do need to copy and paste this, convert it, polygroup edit. Let's delete the one on the bottom. Okay, and then extend this one upward like so. Bring this one all the way down into the ground like that, and then bring this face to align with the wall. Okay, and accept, and then we first are going to polygroup edit and cut that out first, or I mean Boolean operation to cut that out, and then we'll do a Boolean again for those windows. And that's my method for creating geometry and getting it to be somewhat accurate. All right. And as you can see, there's real geometry in there. Now, I don't know what those interior walls actually look like. And we'll put tinted windows in here so that we can't really see what's happening in there. But I'm pretty sure this is hollowed out and this would all be open back there. But that's not the point. The point is when you're walking past this, you want to somewhat be able to tell that if you look in there, that it's physical geometry inside. When I present this to Crosstown, the goal is to say, hey, we want to take maybe 4 or 5 physical spaces of your interior, like 4 or 5 of the restaurants in there, the common area, and we want to model out the whole thing. Can we come do a drone, fly through with a drone in your downtime, take photos, videos, and would you be interested in purchasing like your naming rights or securing your naming rights as a sponsor for my project so that we can finish designing the rest of your building? It's not all going to be physically accurate inch by inch, but the people who live there, work there, play there, eat there, who also play video games will say, oh my gosh, like I definitely want to go and check that out. All right, let's see how much of this building actually pops out like this. And it appears as though it's just the columns that come out of the wall over here. Just the columns. So, that being said, what I can do now is get another box. And this is all it is, folks. Boxes. Just a whole bunch of boxes. And just trying your best to just get it as close as possible to the actual spacing. Now, when you look at this from a distance, it's all going to look like it's supposed to. That's all we want. Okay, so first, let's move this here. Move our gizmo here, and use that as a reference. And I think that's solid placement. Save that, and let's go ahead and do a Boolean. Yeah, buddy. And now all we have to do is we're just going to go ham with the box tool. That's all we're going to use, just the box tool. And now let's invert our cesium polygon to make this whole process easier. Now the height needs to go down to here. You need to duplicate, move this one to here. Push pull. Move this one up to here. And then take all of that geometry. Duplicate. Take these faces. Duplicate. Push pull. Push this into the building. Just enough. And yes, sir. Now we're talking. So I can probably speed this up a little bit and just focus more on getting the columns into the right places. It does appear that this whole thing needs to be pulled out. And I'm not sure how I'm going to address that. But let's pull this in just a hair, maybe. Let me think about how I want to do this. Let me go ahead and save it real quick. I think the easiest thing would be to just pull each column out. I know we're going to get another crash with how I'm adjusting cesium. I'm okay with it. I just know I need to be prepared for if and when that happens. Okay, so let's move this out to here. And then let's take all of this geometry. Now, is it possible for us to merge that? And why won't this merge? A lot of weird shit happening there. And there I see. Okay. Man, I got a lot of weird triangulation happening here for no reason. A lot of strange stuff going on. No idea what I did, but this is where you start to get into just things getting screwed up for no reason. Let's hope that we can find an easy solution to it. And in hindsight, I'll look back at this and say, you know what? This is what I could have done to get that done 10 times faster. But by that time, it'll be done. And I won't have to worry about that. It's typically how these things work. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. If I... let me think how I want to go about this. I don't want to delete this whole thing. So instead of deleting that whole thing, I'll create an edge. Let's say here. And I can't. All right, well, let's just delete the whole thing then and see what happens. Find these little inconsistencies that make this whole process take 10 times longer. All right, let's see how we can bridge this together. And if the fill hole tool is going to work, because it might not. Oh yeah, I think it did work actually. Although it'd be better off decomposed. All right, so the reason that I wanted to pull that out anyways is so that I could take the this whole face right here and move it. Some weird shit happening there. A lot of this is just about cleaning up your project. Hell is that? And a lot of it's boring. I'm not gonna hold you. It is what it is. But if you could make $10,000 in 10 days, or realistically, 10 days, would you do this? Would you go through this process? Genuinely curious. All right, we got an issue here. I think it's going to require insertion of edges. So if I go in here, I should now be able to delete. Nope. That didn't work. All right. I don't know what's going on with it, but let's try to do a simple bridge. And let's no longer rely on the fill hole tool because it doesn't really understand what the mesh is. Wait, why can't I bridge that? Oh, that's why. Jeez, this giant is messy. Bro. All right, we'll find a better way to accomplish this. Oh my gosh, look at that. All right, I'm escaping. I'm escaping. We're gonna escape. We're not gonna. That caused a lot of problems, and we're not gonna. You're not gonna go through with that. We don't have to deal with that. But real quick though, I do want to modify my pivot and figure out the rotation of this. 6.73, blah, blah, blah. Whatever this is, we're going to copy it, accept. And then when I go and do a project UV operation, I can rotate that using, nope, that ain't even right. That is not even right. Okay. I think I copied the location instead of the rotation. Okay, rotation is 6.7. All right, so project UVs, auto align fit. Set this one to 0 and 0, and that should be appropriately aligned. Now my UVs are updated. Let's do the same thing for this. Project UVs. Paste, enter. We'll actually auto align fit. 0, 0, and paste. And then 250. The reason I do this is because let's say if I wanted to go and find a brick texture material instance, I can also just, or let's do instead a big brick. I can drop it on there, and for the most part it'll be aligned, even though it's got a very crazy repeating pattern. All right, so my UVs are already set up. All I have to do is go and get a non-repeating material. But anywho, that's why we go ahead and do that. Okay. All right, so that is a good start to, getting my Boolean operations happening. The only problem here is that I really want to move this entire section of this wall outwards a little bit. And I think I can easily do that if I just grab all of these faces. So let's take this polygroup edit. Let's see if we can merge all of these. No, not really. That's okay. Hold up. This isn't even connected. Is it? That's right, it isn't. Well, that would make a lot of sense. So I think what I'll do real quick is, let's cut that back on. This is a mesh that has no interior. So we're going to go ahead and copy and paste it. And they're going to cut it from our primary building. So it's Boolean, accept, which means we're left with this. And some walls. So maybe we can cut the walls out of that too. All right, so let's use this for multiple Boolean operations. Boolean, let's cancel. Copy, paste, Boolean, accept. And let's do the same for the walls. Now if we hide it, That's more like it. Wondering if any of this is making any sense to anybody. I think honestly I can get rid of... Oh wait, those are walls, right? Okay. I've got an idea. Polygroup edit. Can't really decompose, so instead let's cancel. We're just gonna take our old friend box, our good friend box, and then infamous Boolean. Is that one wall or two? Looks like one wall. Okay. All right. Accept. And Boolean. Goodbye. Now, I would like to do the same. Now, imagine, what's this? A little floor so that one can go up that high. So let's say... Alright, that floor goes to about... All of that goes up to there. Kind of hard to tell like what I'm plotting in my head, I'm sure. Alright, all of that's going to get pushed up. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. Lots of random faces popping up. Well, what do you know? Let's just say that we don't care right now. And let's go ahead and push this interior floor here up as well. It's probably going to create some more weird lines, but it's gravy. It's all good. So, insert an edge. What the hell? Oh, that's why. Oh my gosh, look at how, like, what is going on with that? So, it's probably going to be better if I just escape and rely on my handy dandy box. Yes, yes. 'Tis always the better solution. Because this isn't SketchUp. I'm not laughing out loud, but damn LOL. What time is it? 8 o'clock? 8 o'clock on a dot. I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets. Let's just insert an edge here. Doesn't matter where it's at, really. This one needs to go up. to this floor. And we need to stop at this wall. I think. Yeah. All right. So we're creating a box to help us perform a Boolean operation. Okay. Yeah. Okay then. Hoping this all kind of makes sense to you, but it will once we do the Boolean operation. You'll see what's going on. Because if we can't just kind of push things into place as needed, then this is generally the better option. Okay, so in here, this one should cut up to that floor. This one should cut up to that floor. Same thing should happen on the inside of this. If we go to unlit, yeah. All right, and this will solve a part of my interior issue. I think it might be best if I push this out to this wall or something. You guys gotta be like, what the hell are you doing, dude? What's happening here? I don't get it. All right, let's just accept that. Take these walls and let's do a Boolean operation. And before I do, let me hide it. All right, see how we have these interior walls right here? I don't want those. So the box I created is going to help us do a Boolean operation so we don't end up with a lot of fucked up geometry. Now, that's the result. Okay, so when you look into this building, I can put some columns in there or something. Oh no, those lines are still there. What? What? There's no way. There's no... Okay, I think I know what it is. So let's undo, 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 undo. What we'll do is just pull this wall just out by a hair. Okay. I see. And that's going to eliminate all the BS. Fun times. Okay, what about up here? Yeah, we can't really see what's happening in there. There it is. All right. That's going to work this time. Okay. Boolean. Now we don't have any weird geometry in there. And there we go. That's better. Great. So now when we take that larger box and we cut it out and start adding walls. Much better building model. But I don't think it's necessary for us to do all of that just yet. I don't think. I don't know. I could be wrong. Let's consider. Let's turn these off maybe for a second. Ah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Also, I can go ahead and delete this. And that. And that. And save. It feels like we haven't accomplished a lot. But I think based on where we were yesterday and the little bit of progress that we've made today, we've gone from one level of detail up to the next. And with game optimization, even if you're just creating basic geometry like boxes and squares, it is important to sometimes consider that level of details are a great way to optimize the game as well. So in a game like, you know, Assetto Corsa, BeamNG Drive, Forza Horizon or whatever, you kind of have the similar thing to consider. The gray boxes that you create that are just a block out of the building is a great option to have as a very low level of detail model. So level, let's say LOD 5 or 4. LOD 4, low level of detail, is just the outer mesh of the building with decals on it and a generic shape of the building that you can see from like the furthest distance. Let's say you're on the whole other side of the map in an airplane and you can see the building from a great distance. That'll be level of detail 4. It's just the outer mesh. The closer you get to the model, the higher level of detail model starts to load, which would be something like this, where it's just walls and windows and no major geometry on the inside. It's just boxes, right? So you get a little bit closer and then you have boxes and windows and floors, right? And then as you get even closer level, you know, you go from level 4 to level 3, and then level 2 might be you have your pillars and columns and windows, but then you get down to level 1 to where you're right up against it and you have some, you know, your ornamentals, right? So that's what would load in here. All your little ornamentals and tiny details would load into the level, you know, 1 and 0 level of detail. So LOD 0, I think, is the highest level of detail. And then as you go up, the numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, those are your lower poly meshes that load as you get further away from the object. So even though I've kind of overwritten them, those lower level of detail versions of this building are still in my content browser. Every time I do a Boolean operation on this, if I go search in my content browser, it keeps a version of some of those older meshes. So there's this one and this one. There's this one. Let me keep scrolling up. So I can always bring those in as varying LODs of the building. So let's do a Control E. And there's the one with some walls. I bet this one doesn't have the windows on the corner, which would be where would that be? That would be, it does have the windows. Okay, this is one that has the windows. Some windows. it's possible that more of them do have the same. But I can always go back to these other models. All right, as you can see, like here was a previous edit with no windows over there. Not sure what all changed here. But as you can see, this one has those walls we deleted. This one doesn't even have the wall taken out, right? All right, so all those changes that you make and all those Boolean operations you do usually result in you having multiple versions of that mesh. All right, and this one is a little more edited. So just an interesting thing to think of before you go deleting those meshes you aren't using anymore is creating LODs. But, you know, I usually spend an insane amount of time trying to solve small problems and making what appears to be little progress. And let's say towards the end of this week or next, if I continue this series into the weekend, I start making a lot of progress fast towards the end because I get past all the stupid stuff, like trying to fix walls and trying to get a basic shape. But we've got this set to where now there's this wall here, which is going to be where our windows to the front door are. And we go in. Now, let me turn my roof off, maybe. Let me turn that other thing on. Wait, did I turn? Okay. So let me turn the rooftop off. All right, so we've got it set to where you walk into here, and now you have like a legit space. Now, this doesn't necessarily depict what the interior space might actually look like, but today's stream was being able to just create this space in a way that once we start getting around to those detailed columns, we're not cutting into a solid box, we're cutting into walls, and that's what you want. You don't want to cut into solid geometry like this. Like, you should, if I go in there, you can tell this is a solid piece of geometry. So you don't want to do Boolean operations for windows into solid geometry. You want to be able to do Booleans into walls, right? Like this one. So it might appear like we didn't make a lot of progress, but I think the progress that we did made is significant. And once I spend a day just creating the extrusions for all the columns, I can then go do Booleans around the entire building for windows and then add floors. And then we're like 60% there. So I'll turn on static mesh buildings and give you an example of what that looks like. Let's say this building is an example. So we created the basic shape of the building. We added a roof and a base at like street level, the floor to be at street level. And then before I did a Boolean on all the windows, I made sure that I had all the walls exactly where I wanted them. There are no doors in here yet. But damn it, you know, just you get in there and you look at it. Say there's going to be a balcony. Not a balcony, what would you call it? Like some railing right here where you can look over into this space because you have these really tall windows. But once I created the windows and doors, everything else was already in the right place for the most part. I have to go and lift this floor up. Unless there's stairs right there or something. I don't know. But yeah, this is an example of what we're going for. And this is done to the point that I can now bring my character here. And if I want to, I can start staging this interior. Same thing is true for this building. All right, so I created my walls and I extruded the ceiling and floor like through the building to create the outline of the walls. And now if I were to put a door in here, which I don't have yet, I just have an opening right now, you can see that for the most part we have a building with floors. All that's really left to do is go and optimize this. But, you know, I don't intend to have anybody go inside of this building at all. So I don't think I'm going to finish the inside. I just want it to look good from here. Curb appeal. Here's a building I haven't finished yet. And if I take the ceiling off and the floors and I turn those off, we just have walls. Okay, so once I go and add doors and windows and start doing those booleans, this shit's gonna look fantastic. So again, I say that to say it looks as though we haven't made much progress. But just having the walls and the rooftop and the floor in there makes it 1,000 times easier to now start pushing towards a real physical space that you can eventually go back and stage. So that being said, I think I'm going to call it a night, play Call of Duty, watch Netflix, something, I don't know. Plan my weekend, plan my week, and I'll be back to stream more of this. You can expect the end result, though, of this building to have this a similar fidelity, you know, to this. So let me go ahead and save, and I'm gonna do one more little playthrough here. That looks kind of cool. Looks kind of cool. Oh, I haven't heard this one in forever. No footsteps. Wonder why. So something like this, you can't really see in there, but you can see that there's space in there. This building took a while. To create all the windows and everything exactly how I wanted them. But once I got them done and did the general shape of the building, I was very satisfied with the end product. These are like 100-year-old buildings. So getting this level of detail just from Boolean operations and basic shapes, and then adding a single material to the geometry, like really helps bring the design into context and helps it not stand out so much as looking like something that shouldn't exist there. The end goal is to bring it all together to where it looks like it's all supposed to be there. Even made my own custom curbs. Damn. Not sure what's up with my audio right now. Footsteps and stuff, but hey, this looks kind of nice, you know, for it to be set at like a medium quality because I'm streaming through OBS. I'm very satisfied so far. Yeah, you can tell I've got a lot of geometry loaded into this level now. And I don't have level streaming. I have level streaming enabled, but I don't have anything streaming in. Nothing is spatially loaded. So all the footsteps and sounds are defaulted to this guy. The time it took for me to figure all of this out is just the work, I mean, that it took me to figure all of this out is crazy. Because you got to think, none of this geometry was provided to me. I had to make the roads, I had to make the sidewalks, figure out how to get them on a spline, figure out how to get them six. Oh. So once I get like a packaged game set up for testing spatial loading, I think all of this, the performance issues might go away. because I'm using the world partition system, and this is supposed to be more like an open world design. Damn. Whipping that thing. Yeah, I'm missing a helicopter. It's hidden. It's kind of funny. All right. Thanks, y'all, for tuning in. Play sound at location. I knew something was effed up. Get Foley, audiobook, Foley audio bank. Play sound at location. Play audio event. CP sandbox character. Let's see if there's something. I think I imported something in here and it just screwed up with my settings at some point. Oh no, I ain't got time to deal with it right now. But hey, this is very fun, and the people that live in these neighborhoods who want to see this game become a reality are very excited with the amount of work that I've done to just get this far. Now, while I have 11 people here, I don't think anybody's really interested in jumping in the chat. I think some of you have been here before, but I'll give you the pleasure of previewing some other parts of this project. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Can I close that? I can close it, yes. Let's open, we're going to open 2 projects at a time, at the same time. So I got a project where I work on my cars at to try to test out all of the rigging that I've done to see how things work, how they look. I got a lot to do to this to get it just right. I didn't mean to open this project though. This one is a digital twin of the bed of my son's old bedroom. So once the exteriors of these buildings are done, any of the businesses that do want to have their interior can have an idea of what the quality of that will look like. And that's this. So I took everything that was, almost everything that was in my son's room. This project was me just picking up a tape measure and figuring out if I can measure everything in the room to recreate the whole room and get it looking as accurate to the real world as possible. And this is the result. So I put my computers, mine and my son's computer, that's exactly where they were, the exact same keyboard, TV. The TV that's up here right now is that same model that's in there. My what are these? Atom audio speakers. This is the exact controller that's in my hand right now. And this is all the stuff that was on my desk at the time. As you can see, I don't know if you can see that, but that's the exact same keyboard. Minus some materials. So it was just a personal project to see, like, okay, if this is really what I want to do, how far could I go to bring like this concept to life? And so people can see what I'm going for. It's like, all right, let me go down to like a physical room, house level. And I only did my bedroom. I didn't do the whole house, because if you go out of here, it's just a big block. I got a light blocking volume. It's just I didn't get all the way through, but this one was done in SketchUp, and I basically did it in a way that you can, if I had everything parented properly, which is not very hard to do, but I'm not doing that right now. I could take this door, maybe not. You know, I could open my doors, turn the fan on and off, turn the TV on and off, play on the computer, like. So, personal project, really cool. A bunch of unnecessary detail in there that probably shouldn't be in there, because I just wanted to have the real stuff in there. It's like, why not? So it's all geometry. And then if I were to, let's make it nighttime. I don't think I'm using ultra dynamic sky. Let's see, lighting, sun sky, directional light. Oh, I can't change it from there, I guess. Skylight. I don't know. I don't know about that. Let's just turn it off. All right, that's more like it. To where, you know, you could actually see everything in the reflections, and it's so good. It's clean, and it's architectural visualization taken to the next level. Let me turn the light off. Or I can just hide the ceiling fan. Where's that light at? Point light. Just to make this quick. All right, so this is about what this, the fact that the light is emitted. I'm not even using mega lights. I think I'm on 5.4 with this project. But the lighting is very accurate. If you were in this room right now, this is just about how the TV emits light. Like, this is pretty much physically accurate. And I set the TV to emissive. I don't know why this is emissive. What the heck? I didn't even notice that. Let's see. Is there an emissive? Or is this just... What? All right. I'm probably not even going to save the project, but yeah, this is pretty much spot on for what you could expect that room to look like at night. Let me see if I go to path tracing if everything renders correctly, because I don't know. I have no idea. But since there's no light here, this would probably be a really long process to wait for all the paths to be traced. But just so you guys can see, like, I've been putting in fucking work. And I approached this whole thing like just wondering if it were even possible. Like if it were possible to accomplish this. And the answer was yeah. So if you're in the bed, this is pretty much your view. Okay, that's enough of that. I'm not even going to save it. But if I go to, let's see, recent levels, blueprint, asset zoo. I don't think I have anything in the asset zoo, but I may. Don't save. Okay, yes, it's all house stuff in the asset zoo. So instead of it going into the asset zoo, I'll go into the blueprint level. And I've not used any of these assets anywhere in any level that I've created yet. But it's good to have. This is the modular houses V1 maybe? We're just going to set the scalability to medium for a minute. Or let's see what this is. Landscape active physically needs to be rebuilt. Let's rebuild the landscape then. Make her quick. I want to go real quick and edit my post-process volume. If there even is one. There probably isn't one in here. Post. No. So let's create post-process volume. And we're going to set it to unbound. Okay, and then we're going to do the exposure. I forget how to set the exposure properly. I think it was supposed to be 1 and 1. And then from there, Oh well, we'll figure that out later. I forgot what to set the exposure to. Let's do auto exposure basic, and then reset these two. -10 and 20. All right, that's not bad. So these are some of the models I plan on using kind of in the background. And without staging or having anything in them. And then I'll build a lot of my own houses. It makes me want to create a to recreate the Andy's house, Toy Story. Okay, but there's that. Some houses. Don't save. And the last one was Memphis Metas 5.4. I have like 6 projects that are 100 gigs worth of assets and stuff each, which each have like a different neighborhood or a different district built into the project. Let's see how long this one takes to load. And let's go into... First, I'm going to go into my test assets level, I think. What's in the test assets level? I don't remember. Test assets. Let's go in there real quick, though, and see. Before we open the whole thing. And before I forget, I'm going to go ahead over to my YouTube channel and see if I can find this guy that asked me to follow him while this loads. Shredded, that's crazy. Let's see. Mike makes moves. Go to channel, subscribe. I'm assuming he meant moves, not movies. All right, William. Go to channel. I'm going to subscribe to you too, William. And those are my YouTube comments for today. All right, let's see what's on test map. Do y'all want to watch me play Call of Duty? See how bad I suck? Or Tom Clancy's The Division for about 10 minutes. I'll pick something up for 10 minutes just to add a little relief to the end of the... stream. Reading some Instagram comments. Go follow me, y'all. 901 Corey Owens. 901 CORYOWENS. This is almost done loading. We're 80%. Definitely hasn't been loaded into memory. Here we go. It's starting up. It's starting up. I'm at 255 days streak on Reddit. Okay. Let's go. Let's see what's in here. My hope is that this actually loads in some of the geometry from, from my main level. Oh, okay. I see now why it took so long. There's a model in here that I need to delete. That I brought in from a Revit file. Let me let these shaders load into the VRAM for a minute. Lindsay. Okay, preparing mesh cards. We're loaded. And this was just me testing some stuff. Shout out Memphis Grizzlies. Ja Morant. All right, that's why I keep forgetting. So what I was gonna do is rig all these cars, and I'm probably still gonna do this at some point, and that'll be later in the year, so that I can have at least one of like every model readily available for me to just play with. I wouldn't package these cars in a ship to build, but rigging cars and having a bunch of cars in a level for architectural visualization has been really fun. But that's why this took forever, because I forgot that I had this building in here. And this is a real building. Okay, so I was hoping that yeah, all of my other meshes that I started working on were in here. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done to all of this, but I thought this was a cool thing to have in my test level. Just to kind of figure out exactly how I was going to go about creating my city. I started bringing models into this level and adding materials and texturing them and just kind of trying to figure out like, all right, how is this whole thing going to work? And then I started playing around with city build roads, which I like them, but not for recreating a city. So let's see. Awnings. Do we have awnings in here? Or do we delete those? We deleted them. Characters. City. Curve profiles. Where are those at? Oh, I forgot those are here. Huh. Urinal. Bathrooms. Stalls. That's hilarious. And this is, I think this is all from the Revit model. Ah, that's hilarious. Actually. Landscape, lighting. What else is in this project? Material static meshes. Buildings. There's only one building. And then light fixtures. Nothing's in there. Signage. Vehicles. Okay. We can leave out of this. I just wanted to see what was in there because I thought that I at least had the arcade restaurant in here, but I don't. So I apologize. Not necessarily a waste of time, but I figured that would have been a quicker way to show you the arcade and not Central Station, the arcade restaurant and Memphis escape room. So if you go to Google, go to maps.google.com, search for arcade restaurant Memphis, and go down into Street View and look at this building. I took pictures. I used to live right across the street from it. I took pictures of it, so I did have my own references if I wanted to use them, but I didn't end up using those references. I used Google Street View and Google Earth to get an idea. Well, I did use some pictures from Google to get an idea of how this building was designed and how I could replicate it. And I've got probably 1/3, if not, yeah, probably about 1/3 of the building modeled. So again, I'm going to let this load because this is a duplicate of the entire downtown Memphis map that I previously had open earlier in the stream. So I have multiple duplicates, and there's a lot of geometry. There's also a lot of unused assets inside of these projects, like thousands of assets that I can use to stage my scenes and build buildings. But I have multiple projects to isolate different districts, and eventually the plan is to migrate all the assets and districts together into one master file, have it live on a server, and then have that data per district and per lot stream in during a packaged build gameplay. And then as you stream into like the city, you get into the city, districts stream in based on your player location. And when you're inside of a district, buildings stream in based on how close the player is to the building. And as you get into a building, the closer you are to the building, the more likely it is for the interior to start streaming in as well. So world partition and level streaming is something that I want to leverage. But since we're in the design phase, since the editor only utilizes one GPU, you're limited to the amount of VRAM you can use while streaming in content. Right, so this was my condo. This top floor, I wouldn't necessarily call it a penthouse, but it was a top floor with no surrounding buildings. Let me turn off all the photogrammetry. And this was my attempt. All my roads and everything disappeared. This was my attempt at recreating it. But again, these meshes had no interior. That is just a material on the window to mimic an interior. And it's the same on every window. So when you fly into it, this is what's actually in here. But although there's this kind of look and feel of an interior from these floors, if you go down to this floor, I did start building out the interior. So you can't really see it, but there's a staircase right here. And that represents what it actually looks like, because there's a window, a door downstairs that leads up to both my condo and what was my neighbor's condo. And then here is a sushi restaurant, which I started modeling the geometry for, but I didn't quite finish. But I was more focused on what it looked like from the outside, and I started using some modular building tools to try to mimic the design of these buildings. And I wasn't really feeling, I didn't like the outcome of that. So I started just designing my own building materials or meshes, which I'm going to turn a couple of those on right now. I do need to put these water bodies into a folder so I can turn them off. All right, so this was a sushi restaurant. All the meshes have loaded in, minus a couple of things. I think I deleted a bunch of stuff. Before I go over to the buildings, this is one of the first things I designed, which is a replica of the trolley stop, and it's all geometry. I didn't want to use any decals. I wanted it to be real geometry that I can stream in. But this is one of the trolley stops. And as you can kind of tell, I started creating the trolley tracks, but I never did finish this project because I got hired to focus on a different part of the city. This is the central station where the train is supposed to come through. And then if you get down to the floor level, to ground level, this might actually be kind of underground. This is Memphis escape room. So this is an example of a nearly finished building with an insane amount of detail on it. So go to Google, maps.google.com, search arcade restaurant or Memphis escape rooms, and you'll see that this is an exact replica of that building. Good friend of mine, Mark Gromeyer, may he rest in peace, was my landlord, and he owned the property from this building all the way to the corner, all the way to here, to this, which was what he used for storage. There's an empty lot right here, which is the back of which was the back of the sushi restaurant, which comes out here. You come out of the back of the sushi restaurant. Actually, no, here. There, my condo was on that floor. This is the back of Memphis escape room. So all of these buildings, these three right here, or the escape room building. This building is Little Italy, which I haven't modeled, but I've got an interior kind of ready to go. And then, yeah, I did add real geometry. Let me see if I can adjust the pivot of this properly. Maybe not. But all this information on here is real. So if you were to like go and call this phone number, you'd actually call Memphis Escape Rooms. So my challenge was to figure out how much of the real building could I actually model and bring into the engine. And then here's Arcade Restaurant. This looks better at night. So let's say I find ultra dynamic sky lighting. Let's dock that. And then let's go to night view. I spent an insane amount of time creating this. The owner, good friend of mine, is interested in securing naming rights and becoming a sponsor of the project and having the brand in the game. And he's the first one that has committed, the first restaurant. But with that trend, you know, we're going to have all these restaurants in the game, preferably with all their interiors. So just looking at it, it's like, damn. Rather impressive. And then let me go to scalability, reflections, cinematic. I love cinematic reflections. So imagine we have all of Bill Street and all the neon signs for all the restaurants. Like, man, dude, once I get the entire street done, it is going to look incredible. There you have it. When people see this, their jaw is on the floor. Like, damn. But this was part of a project that I spent a lot of time just trying to figure out how to create these models. It appears that there's a lot of stuff that's just not showing up in here. Maybe it's because I'm in game mode. Work in progress was to bring the Zippin' Pippin roller coaster from Libertyland and place it to where it was actually going to be under the bridge. See if I can grab it and move it a little bit real quick. It's supposed to be down. Here we go. But yeah, I wanted the Zippin' Pippin to be rebuilt. Oh wait, it's audio. And then Mud Island. I still have a lot to do, but I at least started getting the concept there. And if you go to my Reddit, you can see a lot of this in finer detail, more finished, before I decided to scrap the whole project and like start over for the third time. But yeah, that's it. You know, I hope that y'all enjoy that preview, and that, you know, is seeing that 12 people have stayed in here consecutively. It's got to be something interesting about what I'm doing. But I think you'll appreciate watching through the journey as I get funded, as I get more clients from showcasing this project, and as I make progress. That being said, I'm going to show you how terrible I am at Call of Duty for about 10 minutes. Because I need to take a break. BRB. All right, Sims, music, you've done me well today. Yesterday it was hip hop instrumentals. Today was the Sims soundtrack. Tomorrow we may not even stream. I don't know. Okay, you know what I miss? And I say this, I've already said it once in the stream today. Man, dude, Black Ops 2 was probably my favorite Black Ops. My favorite Black Cops. All right, let's see what this performance is about to be looking like, though. Let's get a battle royale in, or a plunder, or let's get a resurgence. And let's see how bad we about to be, though. I used to be really good at this, and then I gave it up. I gave up gun games because I didn't want it to be around my son. So when my son is in Washington with his mom, I figured I could pick it back up and, you know, just to kind of connect with some of my friends who play Call of Duty. So it's been a while. And I don't know if I'm more excited for or have more anticipation for Black Ops 6 or Battlefield 6. Battlefield's kind of slower, more realistic gameplay appeals to me more than having Beavis and Butthead in a battlefield with 100 people. You know, I like to follow more along the realism. All right. Fuck am I wearing? I can put that on.
Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate an enemy squad is hunting you. Stay sharp.
Sheesh. Did me dirty. Somebody down on the first floor. Ain't no motherfucking way. I feel like I'm going slow. The hell? And I am streaming at OBS, so could have something to do with that. Damn, that boy got triple teamed. There's no way you was getting out of that, my guy.
Get ready. You're redeploying. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done. You have reinforcements inbound. Marking enemy.
Damn, brother. What got?
Marking enemy. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done. Enemy soldier incoming. You have reinforcements inbound. All squad mates are in the safe zone. Gas is moving.
Yeah, y'all want to stay over there, huh?
Enemy UAV is online.
What? Bruh. Uh-uh. I didn't know there was another door in that room. My ass is camping. Shit. Alright, I'm going to one of my favorite places. I can't stay over there.
Loadout drop headed your way.
Of course it lands in the middle of the freaking...
Enemies dropping into the AO. Your squad mates back on station. Good work. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Enemy UAV overhead. You have reinforcements inbound.
Okay. Controller. Need to increase my movement speed, I think.
Back on station. Go get after it. Your squad mates back on station. Good work.
Don't snipe me, bro.
Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. Your squad made it to the safe zone. You've got gas.
Ah, I couldn't move. Ah. Of course. Let's go ahead and kill me, my boy.
Switching backs.
Alright, dropping on y'all. I gotta get back to using my keyboard and mouse, man.
Turning you to the front. Earn this. I'm red on ammo.
Go, go, go. Oh my gosh, brother.
Enemy soldier incoming. Back in the fight. You're getting another chance. Weapons free. Fire sale is active. Buy station prices are adjusted.
Is you stuck?
You have
What happened to that
reinforcements
dude? Oh my gosh, come on. You niggas is everywhere. Okay. We're on a roof. Let's see where you at. Let's drop it right there.
Resurgence window is ending. Watch your six.
Okay then.
Stand by for redeployment.
boy.
It's all on you. Stay alive so your squad can redeploy. 1-1 requesting recon at this time. Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
Oh shit.
Hostile UAV in the area. Resurgence is close. No more second chances. Supply crates have been restocked. Load up.
UAV is bingo fuel. Returning to base.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Can someone buy me back in?
We can try. This isn't gonna be good.
You've made it to the top 5.
Shit.
5 squads still operational in the AO. Enemy UAV is online.
Oh, are you serious? Oh, I know what it. Bro, it's probably not a good idea.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ah, that's crazy. All right, first game in. Let's do this again. All right, let's go in again. Need to make a quick call. BRB.
Check your gear and weapons. We'll be deployed. Enemy dropping into the AO. All stations, we are green to go. Stand by for deployment. Grenade incoming! Resurgence. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill
All right. Okay then. Yeah, everything's good with me. I'm just chilling.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch
All
your
right.
fire.
All right then.
Be back in. I think Stevie's gonna head in early. I'm gonna take care of some work shit and head back to the house.
Okay. Y'all take care. See y'all. All right.
Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done.
ATR ready for launch.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work.
16 rounds. Out.
We've got 10 squads active in the field.
Targets were struck. No casualties.
You have reinforcements inbound. Marking contract. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Your objective's simple. Eliminate all bounty targets.
UAV standing by.
1-1 requesting recon at this time.
Oh, come on.
UAV CAO.
LDBR over there.
Closing in. We're getting another shot. Weapons free.
Nope.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Ah, I didn't realize this is what I had.
You have reinforcements inbound.
Whoop, man, dude. Okay. See, I come from the Black Ops 2 era where it could take 2 bullets to knock you down. I'm unloading 4 clips.
Friendly loadout drops on the way. Enemies are dropping into the area. I'm back on station.
Damn, that boy got sniped. Oh my gosh.
Squad mate redeployed. Well done. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. LDBR inbound. Reloading.
Okay.
Last one.
I gotta come to where you are. I'm dropping on you. We lost the squad member? Oh my lordy.
Style. I did it.
Deal.
Style it. Do you have Call of Duty? Why don't you have Call of Duty? Man.
We're headed to the war zone. Get geared up. Stand by.
Do you got orders stuff?
Enemy soldier incoming.
You don't have a charger or battery or whatever system that you're building? Super slime my pants in here.
Prep time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone.
11 to fall?
Resurgence. Stay alive and keep squad.
Let's see if this works.
Oh my god, bro. I hate when people take pictures of me like this. Braylon, why is he texting me? I'm not answering her. Yeah, Bob.
Enemy movement. Changing mags.
Oh my god! What? Ah. Okay.
Enemy deployed an advanced UAV.
Yeah, of course.
Enemy dropping into the
There ain't just one person over there no more.
stand by.
Alright, where our team at, Slime? Where our team at? There we go.
Squad mates back on station. Good work. You're in the top 10. Keep knocking them down.
This feels a little better.
In the field.
Oh my gosh, man! Y'all niggas be everywhere. I couldn't hear nothing. Bro. You're about to get muted, kid. Okay.
You shot at from top of up there?
Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
Oh, snipe from another. Oh my gosh, bro. Go ahead and kill me. Damn, just triple teamed. Boy.
Back in the fight. You're redeploying. Your squad is down. Stay alive to bring them back. You have reinforcements inbound. Loadout drop headed your way. Taking effective fire! Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. I'm reloading! Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down.
Oh, ran out of. Oh my god. If it's not one thing, it's the next. I had 2 bullets. Boy. I guess I wasn't played it up. Okay.
Returning you to the front.
Man, boy, I ain't going over there. Heck no.
You're the last one standing, soldier. Survive until your squad can redeploy. Supply box is located. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Squad mate FBAO will reduce your redeployment time. Enemy UAV overhead.
Something's wrong.
Your squad made it to the safe zone. You're losing ground. Moving. Someone buy me back in. You have reinforcements inbound. I got you.
I didn't even see you, bro.
Time, dude.
Survive march.
Okay. He ain't even in the game.
Oh yeah, pink purple.
That boy disconnected.
Supply cache locations are offline. Contract compromised.
Why doesn't this work? I should be able to just walk through and close doors.
Buy station prices have been reduced. Precision airstrike ready for tasking.
Damn,
Get ready.
brother.
Resurgence window is about to close.
This kid.
That was close.
I got him muted, by the way. I know he was saying some weird stuff.
Target area marked. You're cleared hot.
This is Longbow 3-1. Target acquired. Strike inbound.
All squad mates are in the safe zone. Someone buy me back in. Chat inbound. Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy advanced UAV is active. Fire sales over. Adjusting prices. Hostile UAV in the area. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. You have reinforcements inbound. Be advised, the service is no longer active. Active for keeps. Supply crates to restock. Advise you to load up now. Only 4 remain. Finish the job.
4.
5 squads still operational in the AO. Enemy movement. Enemy movement.
Oh, maybe not.
Squad to the safe
I'm just
zone.
seeing shit.
Leave no one behind.
Knock knocks.
Enemy movement.
Gonna buy his buddy back. Mm-hmm. And when he dropped in, I'm tearing him up.
Marking enemy. Marking enemy. Reloading. Get to the safe zone. You've got gas moving in. Stand to you, soldier. Stay sharp.
Say
You're in
less.
the top 3. Don't let up now. Enemy UAV is online.
You dummy.
I'm reloading. Hostile UAV in the area.
Oh, get out, get out, get out, get out.
Got a lot of ground to
Nope.
cover.
I'm like physically leaning over here. Like absolutely not.
You're the last one standing, soldier.
Oh my gosh.
Squad, redeploy. You're in the last 2. Now finish it. Precision airstrike standing by. Target area marked. You're cleared hot.
Copy. Longbow 3-1 on approach.
Reloading.
Shot missed. No joint.
Oh my gosh. I couldn't even see in the window. Ah.
The enemy took that one, but we'll get them back.
All right, let's get one more in. And then I'll play one round of either Battle Royale or Plunder. And then we're calling it a night. Excuse me.
Check weapons and gear. We're holding for deployment. Enemy soldier incoming. Changing mags! Enemy dropping into the AO.
I'm not a fan of this site.
Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
Okay, I'm gonna have to switch that up.
Resurgence. Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate stars. Alright, soldier. Mark and drop them. Go get off. Be advised, an enemy squad is tracking your location. One weapon compromised. Stand down. Enemy is dropping into the area. Sky.
Seriously? I'm just spraying bullets at this dude's face. Crazy work.
Reloading.
But okay, though.
Back in the fight. Ready. You're redeploying. Changing mags. Enemy UAV overhead.
No, I'm gonna definitely have to do some calibration on this because this ain't working.
Hey, bro, was that your personal gun?
Not what I was just using. No.
I was about to say that shit horrible.
The squad's in the safe zone. Gas is closing in.
I love that gun, but I hate it, bro. The speed on that bitch
Enemy
will knock a
UAV is
nigga nose
online.
off.
Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done.
Yeah, boy, you got a mad hum on that mic.
Ten remaining. Keep pushing. We've got 10 squads active in the field.
All right, who's where?
Marking contract. Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Can't get up there.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Mark the target. Enemy UAV overhead. You have reinforcements inbound. Enemy dropping into the AO. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done.
Ah, what? Come on, man. What is... All right.
Back in the fight. You're redeploying. Hostile UAV in the area. All squad mates are in the safe zone. You're losing ground. Move it. Enemy soldier incoming.
Yeah, I'm disconnecting again. Okay, that's what it is.
You have reinforcements inbound.
Damn. I'm like, why am I not moving? And I'm not moving. Battery's just dead as hell.
Enemy precision airstrike. Find cover.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yo, Sadie, yo, Sadie.
UAV available for tasking.
1-1 requesting recon at this time. Bounty targets marked. Kill them all. Fire sale is active. Buy station prices are adjusted.
Oh, my sensitivity is way high.
It is way high.
All right.
Taco, we're flying on cue. UAV returning to tank.
Resurgence is about to end. Make it count. Enemy dropping into the AO. All bounty targets destroyed. Hell of a job. Be advised, you still have squad mates outside the base.
Ah, damn.
Ah, damn.
Changing max! Fire sales done. Prices are back to normal. Squad mates back on station. Good work.
Oh yeah. Can't deal with this
Oh
sensitivity.
yeah. Can't deal with it. Sensitivity.
Reinforcements inbound. Resurgence has been deactivated. This is the air
Let's
game.
try this. 2.6.
Reloading! Head to the safe zone. Gas is inbound.
I don't know where to do that.
I don't know where to do that.
Throwing grenade!
Hey, does somebody have clear box?
5 squads still operational in the AR.
Oh, come on, dude.
Changing max!
Oh, come! Man, dude. Duh, this is crazy.
Yo, aim is shitty.
It's terrible, dude. I'm trying to calibrate my controller.
Thanks. Move to the safe zone.
I don't like using auto aim or whatever. So,
Reloading!
alright.
It's all on you. Stay alive so your squad can redeploy. 3 squads left in the war zone. Stay alert.
Am I the only one left?
Marking enemy.
Nope, not that one.
Only
Let's
two
pull up.
left. Gas is closing in.
Reload your gun. Reload your
Appreciate
gun.
you. Oh, come on. Man, dude. Yeah, I turned that auto aim off. I didn't realize this shit was even on. Is it one or two guys left? Yeah, two. All right. So now we know. All right, let's see what we're gonna set this to. I'm set. My controller set to 2.6. Really got to calibrate my aiming. I don't like using auto aim.
Use this time for some target practice. Real quick stuff. Shadow 01. Deployment to the war zone has been authorized.
Okay.
Resurgence. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back home. Mark the drop point. Squad hit the field. Enemy soldier incoming. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. Changing mags! Squad mate back on track. Good work. Target down. Marking the rest of them. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Show me a picture.
Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Reloading.
Can't even close doors. Fuck.
Bounty targets are up. Get up.
SDR awaiting target data.
Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done. Taking effective fire! FMB, danger close. Over. You have reinforcements inbound. Intelligence squad is outside the safe zone. Squad mates back on station. Good work. The third dimension destroyed. We'll redeploy you faster to make up for it. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. Fire solution was bad. Missed. I'm reloading! You've made it to the top 10. We've got 10 squads active in the field.
SDR ready for launch.
Time to flight 5 seconds. Out. You're down one squad mate. We'll get you redeployed faster.
What? Somebody left?
Marking enemy. Your squad is down. Stay alive to bring them back. Reloading!
XM4. Which one I got? Landra? Roger. I like that.
Targets evaded. Bounty contract been pulled.
Crazy.
Get to the safe zone. Gas is inbound.
Got a team of 2.
Marking enemy. Mark remaining operators from that squad.
Fantastic. Well, with that Ledra, I think that's how you pronounce that. That was a pretty good run. All right, now we got to go do a plunder before we leave this match, before we leave this game. Now, I don't think I have access to that gun. That I don't know. So let's go. Plunder. Let's make some money. We're going to skate to one song and one song only.
We're headed to the war zone. Get geared up. Stand by. Changing mags! Taking effective fire! All stations, we are green to go. Stand by for deployment. Vehicle marked.
Copy vehicle.
Plunder. Primary objective is to secure as much cash as possible. Go get greedy. Alright, soldier. Mark the drop zone for your squad and go get after it. Marking contract.
Come pick me up. In the helicopter.
Check your map. I've marked a point containing enemy intel nearby. Capture it.
Okay, or not.
Your squad mates reach the intel. Joining them to speed up the process.
Oh, great. Always land on some motherfuckers. Oh, damn. Really?
Contract complete. Well done, soldier. Back in the fight. Marked a point
Come pick me up.
containing enemy intel.
Bruh.
Securing.
Okay.
Enemy counter UAV inbound. The squad mates start securing the intel. Join them to increase the speed of the capture. Marking contract. Capture the intel point.
UAV standing by.
Stay firm.
Somebody snipe. Oh. Yeah, I just got sniped.
One requesting recon at this time. Valuable enemy intel located. Capture and secure the intel point.
UAV available for that team.
Priority tasking request received. We're done. Help your squad mates secure the intel.
1-1 requesting recon at this time.
Capture. Enemy advanced UAV overhead. Capture complete. Hell of a job.
Priority tasking request received. UAV exiting AO.
UAV standing by.
1-1 requesting recon at this time.
Enemy UAV is online. Mark the point on your map. Containing enemy intel. Capture and securing.
Thanks for the work. UAV overflight terminated.
Precision airstrike. strike available. Your squad mates reach the intel. Joining them will speed up the process.
Target area marked. You're cleared hot.
Designated threat. Copy that. Longbow 3-1 is on station. Strike inbound. Contract complete. Well done, soldier.
Damn. Man, y'all got tore up.
LDPR awaiting targeting data.
Need a balloon. ASAP.
Enemy deployed an advanced UAV. FFE, danger close. Over.
Oh man. Get rid of this cheese, man.
Fire solution was bad. Missed.
Reloading.
UAV available for tasking.
1-1 requesting recon at this time.
Valuable enemy intel located. Capture and secure the intel.
CUAV prep for launch.
There we go.
Squad mates started securing the intel. Join them to increase the speed of the capture.
There's no way that didn't just kill them. Man, that's some crazy shit, dude. Man, I'm shooting in the back seat looking hella funny.
I'm back on station.
Check your map. I've marked a point containing enemy intel nearby. Capture it. Moving here. Help your squad mate secure the intel. Join them to speed up capture.
Marking contract.
Extraction balloon here.
Stay firm.
Contractor. Nice work. Capture the intel point. Enemy soldier incoming. Valuable enemy intel located. Capture and secure the intel point. Moving here.
Watch for movement. Cancel that.
Sniper over there.
Close. I'm reloading.
Dude, there's hella dudes over here. And some snipers on the tower, I think. Oh, shit. Thank you, bro. What? Oh, rooftop. Damn it. Hear footsteps to your right.
Back in the fight.
Your squad mates started securing the intel. Join them to increase the speed of the capture.
Throwing grenade. Field upgrade here.
Bruh.
Capture complete. Hell of a job.
Changing mags.
Yes.
Precision airstrike standing by.
To find you a balloon, bro.
Mark the point on your map containing enemy intel. Capture and secure it. Enemy dropping into the AR. Supply crates are being stopped. Load up. Cash sources are worth twice as much now.
Oh, shit.
All stations, enemy attacking us in the area. Target that bird and secure the cash.
Target area marked. You're cleared hot. Enemy movement.
Enemy soldier incoming. Help your squad mates secure the intel. If you join them, you'll speed up capture.
I'm reloading.
Enemy advanced UAV overhead.
Oh my gosh, my aim is just absolute garbage.
Something's wrong.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
got you. Thanks.
Enemy deployed.
I think somebody just
Advanced
dropped in.
UAV.
Or am I tripping?
Reloading.
Enemies
Anybody
are
got a
dropping into
balloon?
the area. Watch the sky. Enemy advanced UAV is active.
Thanks.
Enemy UAV is online.
What? Thought that was my teammate in front of me. Boy, it got hot over here quick. Ah, dial. Just lost all our money. Boy.
You're being tracked by an enemy squad. Evade and survive.
That was fun while it lasted.
Stand down. Failed the objective.
Cool. All right, y'all. I'm done.